Okay, and thank you again. We had planned to do that part of our pre-council meeting a little earlier, but there were some very understandable delays on the part of the embassy, and that necessitated us to postpone a little bit some of those informal proceedings to provide a proper welcome to our Ukrainian guests. So appreciate everyone's patience. We are convening our council meeting to order. We met very briefly in closed prior to this section of the meeting. So the meeting has been called to order, and I think now I'll invite one of my council colleagues before we proceed to delegations to read our land acknowledgements. Councillor Strakian, go ahead.
The municipality of North Grenville acknowledges that the municipality operates on the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Anishinaabeg. We honor the historic relationship of the Haudenosaunee and Huron-Wendat peoples to this land. We recognize all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit who call North Grenville their home. We respect and support the need for cultivating a strong relationship with all Indigenous peoples, and we look forward to continuing this conversation and fostering the path towards reconciliation.
Thank you. So we'll proceed right into delegations then, colleagues. And of course, at the table are our three individuals who will provide some insight around the invitation for the municipality of North Grenville to twin with Sokol, Ukraine. So I'll invite you to get started. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. First of all, I wanted to thank MP Michael Barrett for arranging all of this, and of course to Mayor Peckford for doing this on such a quick pace. We really appreciate it, even after 500 days of Russian war in Ukraine. Like, you still have enthusiasm and energy to support Ukraine and show your support with real action. And on behalf of all Ukrainians in this room, I thank you. If we could start with the presentation. The next slide would show that that we had, like, even though there are approximately 10 municipalities in Canada who have sister cities in Ukraine, they were all arranged or signed back in 80s or early 90s. North Grenville will become the third city signing the twinning agreement since the war started. The first city was Brantford in Ontario, and they twinned with the Kamenets-Podilsky in Ukraine. That happened right after the war started in April or May 2022. The next slide would show the other municipality in Ontario, Northern Ontario, Sioux Lookout, that happened just less than half a year ago. And again, we are happy that North Grenville would become the third municipality to do this. The next slide would show the twinning process, because unfortunately it's a bit cut. Some people might think that twinning process could be quite complicated. In fact, it's a process, but it's easier than many of us could imagine. So first of all, of course, we have to choose the potential sister city. Luckily, with North Grenville, we chose Sokol. This is the municipality that I would describe a bit later on. Then we would be contacting the mayor in Ukraine and see, like, if there would be an interest on the Ukrainian side. I had a talk with the mayor this morning. He's super excited. He's super thankful for doing this, and I really look forward to arranging another meeting between the mayors and local members of parliament, and that we could start the, that we can twin the cities in the nearest future. Of course, the difference between the twinning process in Canada and Ukraine is there. In this case, the city council has to give an approval to the mayor to proceed. As I understand it, in Ukraine there is no such procedure, so the mayor can decide on behalf of the community if he would like to proceed with signing such an agreement, and we have the agreement on behalf of Sakal community to proceed. And again, after next meeting, after the future meeting, we would be proceeding to signing the agreement on the discussed areas of future cooperation. And again, like based on my experience with 2 other municipalities, after the twinning, that would be up to the community here in North Granville, how they would want to proceed. Of course, it's a bit different now because it's not the early stage of the war. But again, like there might be some volunteer opportunities or some projects to support Ukrainian sister city in different areas, because Sakal wasn't affected by the war, but it's a new home for many internally displaced people. You can imagine the population of Sakal is approximately 20 to 25,000 people, but they hosted more than 10,000 refugees internally, which is a huge burden for the city. And hopefully, like there would be ways to help in that, not necessarily monetarily, but even with the community projects that were discussed before the council started. The next slide would show some information about Sakal. This is the municipality located in the Lviv region. The population is 20,000 people. It's located similarly to Campville on the banks of Bukh River, which is pretty well known. The first historic record of Sakal is, you can see, it's 1098, so it's like 940 years old municipality, and it got its status of the city, which was a huge thing in Europe back then in 15th century. And it's located right next to the Ukrainian-Poland border, like just 20 kilometers away. The next couple of slides would just show some architecture of the city. You would be able to tell that the community is pretty old and well established, and there are a couple of religious that are practiced on those lands. You can see the church, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church that was built in 14th century, the Jewish synagogue in 17th century, a Roman Catholic Church in 19th century, and the monastery of Bernardines, which is a Protestant movement, is in 17th century as well. It's on the right. Unfortunately, it's cut off. The next slide would show just some residential buildings that are protected by Ukrainian laws. Oh, it's an old slide. Okay, but it's fine. But all of these buildings were built in 19th century. The next slide would show the local economy. Basically, it's agricultural economy with some factories. They do produce concrete products and bricks and textile like there is a textile factory there as well. But again, the main driver of economy is agriculture. On the map on the right, on Google Maps shot, you could see that all the areas around the city are agriculturally developed. Unfortunately, I believe the next slide won't be included. Yeah. Do you have a new slide? The one that I sent today.
We may not, but perhaps you could just refer to it in your presentation?
Yep.
We apologize.
I have printouts, so I can share them with the councilors. Sorry about that. The next part of the presentation is some information about the local council and Sakal mayor. Even though the population of Sakal is similar to North Granville, the city council composed of 35 members. It's a Ukrainian political culture, and I think it's...
Should we consider that, colleagues? Many hands make light work.
Now you can imagine why it's not needed to get the permission from the council to do anything. The mayor of this city that I had the pleasure to talk to earlier today, his name is Serhiy Kasyan. He is Sakal mayor since 2020. He used to be Sakal councillor for 3 terms. Unfortunately, I'm not sure exactly in which period. I believe prior to 2014. In 2015, he was elected as a member of Lviv region parliament. It's similar to our member of provincial parliament. He also volunteered to serve in Ukrainian armed forces in 2014 when Russia just occupied Crimea and Donbass. And there he was head of a medical department of the military hospital in Donbass. So I think it would be a pleasure of all of us to meet him next week or maybe sometime soon. And the next slide shows the unique, because I have to clarify this slide because I'm the chair of Vyshyvanka committee at the Ukrainian Canadian Congress. And it's a great pride of all Ukrainians to wear embroidered shirts. But Sakal Vyshyvanka is very unique in its nature. It's only black on white. And wherever people would embroider shirts with black colors only, it would be still called Sakal Vyshyvanka. As you can see, I'm wearing black and white shirt today, Mariana as well. So, so it's very traditional. And even though the population of Sakal is pretty small in comparison to other municipalities, people all around Ukraine and Europe would know that black and white Vyshyvanka is Sakal Vyshyvanka. So this is what makes it very unique. And they have a museum on Vyshyvanka. They have a lot of literature produced explaining the history of this. Long story short, in the 16th century, when the slavery was still practiced in those areas, when some of those Western Ukraine territories were occupied by Ottoman Empire, so basically a lot of people were killed in that area, so that was a matter of more with embroidery. And the next slide that you have included here is just showing the steps of twinning. We are now at the stage 2. Once we are done with once we have the permission of the council to proceed with the agreement, we would meet shortly, and then we would sign the agreement and launch a committee, a working committee group. That would usually, I'm trying to include the mayor's office, councillors who would be interested in joining it, local MPs, and the same delegation on the other side. So basically, we could continue our communication after the agreement was signed. And the next slide would be an example of what we had between Brantford and Kamenets-Podilsky in Ukraine. The potential fields of cooperation could be development of tourism, culture, youth cooperation, sports, science and education, mutual assistance of different nature, protection of their environment and cultural monuments, exchange of experience in various fields. I'm from Chernivtsi, the city that had sister city back. Saskatoon is our sister city, and the twinning was happened in late 80s, and I know as a student we had the opportunity to travel to Saskatoon and participate in exchange programs in Saskatoon University, and students from Saskatoon would come to my city and we would meet them, and it's first of all it's beneficial to Ukrainian students to learn English and learn more like practical skills, because like our educational systems are different. And again, learning about democratic values that are cherished in Canada are very valuable, because I believe, like being an immigrant, I immigrated here 9 years ago. I do believe that once you experience this democracy and the freedom that you have in Canada, you would never let anybody try to impose some things that you wouldn't be willing to agree with. So on this note, the last slide would be just thank you, or дякую in Ukrainian, and glory to Canada and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. And just before I go to council colleagues, just for the official record, we also have with us, in addition to the legislative assistant for the Member of Parliament, Larry Brock, who is MP for Brantford-Brant. We also have Mariana Savka with us with the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress. She's the National Outreach Director. And Roman Stashevsky. Roman, please feel free to repeat your name. And we're very honored that we have a senior representative in Roman who serves as the first secretary of the Embassy of Ukraine in Canada. So is there anything you would like to add just before I turn it to council colleagues?
I had a short statement, so
Please.
I think I can make it. Now, to me, signing or proceeding with a twinning agreement goes beyond just a simple document. It's more of a bond of friendship and understanding and aspirations that comes between different cities, and especially now in such difficult times when Ukrainians in Ukraine show resilience and resolve, it's very important to see interest and support from a Canadian city. When I was thinking of what to say as a part of the delegation, I looked through the diaries of Ukrainian refugees that they were writing when the war started. And I read one line from a girl, her name is Svetlana, and she wrote it on the 12th day of war, and 500 days later, it's as true as it was back then. She wrote the following: peaceful people are dying, children become orphans, and cities become heroes. God, please protect every Ukrainian soldier, protect us all. So I want to thank North Grenville, all of the people who are here and all of the people who are now in the city for helping to protect Ukrainians. And as an outreach director for UCC, representing the 1.4 million Ukrainian community, we value your support, and we thank every individual who opened their heart and opened their door to Ukrainians coming here. We met with the representative of the Southgate Church. You've raised, in a matter of weeks, more than $20,000 and supported people who were in Odessa who needed that support at the very beginning. And you continue doing that by providing information, by providing jobs, by providing education. All of the people that we met here today contribute to that. So by extending those helping hand, you show the values that Canada and Canadians stand for and exemplify. Its commitment to human rights, humanitarianism, diversity, inclusion, and welcoming immigrants and refugees to your community. So one final word: signing twinning agreements instills a profound sense of pride and identity for the city that signs it. And I think you all have all of the reasons to be proud. Thank you so much.
served for Secretary of the Embassy of Ukraine. The final word to you.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. It's difficult to add something to the speeches of my colleagues, and I would like to say words of gratitude to them for their hard work to make the connection between your great city and Sokal, and to the distinguished MPs that also participated in this process. I'll be short. As a representative of the government of Ukraine, I highly encourage you to consider signing this agreement with Sokal. This is the way you can show support to Ukraine, support to this city, and to the people of Sokal there that are hosting lots of IDPs, as were mentioned before. So thank you so much for this opportunity to participate. And again, I highly encourage you to consider this option. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we're really honored to have you here. I know you were juggling many commitments and negotiations with the Government of Canada, so thank you so much for taking time to leave the nation's capital and join us. It's a real treat, so thank you. So, colleagues, the recommendation before us is that on this 12th day of July, 2023, in Kemptville, Ontario, Mayor and Council unanimously agree to enter into a twinning agreement between Sokal, Ukraine, and the municipality of North Grenville. So I'll look for a mover and seconder, please. Okay, thank you. Over here, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Strakian, thank you. Any comments or questions, colleagues, before I call the vote? Anything? All right. We were presumptuous to say unanimous, my friends, because I hoped it would be unanimous. So I'll call the question. All in favor, please. Good. Congratulations. The motion carries. Thank you for being here. So we're going to send you away with a signed copy of the motion, which I can now sign on Council's behalf. And, we look forward to just strengthening our ties. I said to MP Barrett that this was a really easy thing for us to consider because of the leadership in our community. And I want to thank all of those who are in the room today, and so many lent a hand. They stepped up, they opened their homes, and they found ways to support Ukraine and some of the, obviously, refugees who came to Canada in the last couple of years. So it's really on the strength of the leadership in our community that we ourselves as council became more aware of how critical it is to forge these partnerships and to work together. And we're really quite thrilled to be on this journey together. So thank you to our community of North Grenville for all you have done, and for our representatives from Ukraine today. Thank you. Okay. So again, thank you to those who've been waiting. Our timing is a little off. I recognize that. So again, we really appreciate your graciousness. So next on our delegation list, we have Victor Lachance and Kirk Elbert. So Victor and Kirk, please come down. And once again, appreciate you waiting with us. And we do encourage you to enjoy some Ukrainian treats on your way out. There's lots, and there's coffee, and that goes for anyone who's in the audience. Thank you. Welcome.
Well, I think it's fair to say that our presentation will not nearly be as uplifting or heartwarming or even monumental as the last one. So I guess we apologize for that.
No need. No need.
And yes, in the interest of time, we would like to be as brief as possible. Please don't take it as being rude. We're just going to try and go through very quickly some various points that we'd like to cover in the time available. Mayor Peckford, if I may start with you, I would like to know if you could indicate to us whether any ministry of the province of Ontario consulted North Grenville prior to the announcement of a proposed prison, including any reference to provincial policy statements or regard to the North Grenville official plan.
Certainly, as I've said many times in many different forums, media, council colleagues, yourselves, and members of the public, certainly I and council colleagues had no prior knowledge. Obviously, we have staff, some of whom have moved on, so I can't speak for them, but certainly of the staff that I know, there was no prior consultation. We were presented with the news of use of those lands just a couple of days before the announcement, as I've said now for almost 3 years.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Now, we can now confirm through the province's record of proceedings, which is part of the judicial review process, that they do plan to destroy at least 6 farm buildings and plus the bar arena. Now, with respect to these buildings, it's obvious it'll obviously be too late to save them if the province decides to move ahead with the prison project while the judicial review is going on. And we believe the best way to protect them would be to obtain an injunction to prevent the province from destroying the buildings until the judicial review process has been completed. So we ask that the municipality undertake this step, that is, undertake an injunction to keep the buildings in place until we know the outcome of the judicial review process. Thank you. Now, the legality of the province's decision is something that we believe is in the interest of everyone in North Grenville, whether they are for or against the proposed prison. It turns out that the community has done its part in supporting the judicial review process by raising over $20,000 to cover some of the cost of that process. We would ask Council to match that amount, to demonstrate that we're all in this together, doing our part for the future of North Grenville and the interest of North Grenville residents. So to match the community's contribution to date in the process, which is over 20,000, but for the moment, let's just say 20,000. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Kirk. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Victor, and good evening, everyone. Just to follow with the same methodology, in the interest of time and the fact that some of these topics were discussed in our May 26th meeting with Mayor Peckford, Deputy Mayor Barclay, Acting CAO Dunlop, and Director Boyce Pettis, I don't plan to provide much context, but we'll have a definite ask for each of the topics, of which there are 5. With your agreement, I will go through all 5, and then responses can be provided where applicable at the end. That's okay? Okay. So the first one being policing costs. Our understanding is that your letter to Solgen, Mayor Peckford, from December 9th, 2021, asking for details about who would bear the cost of any related policing costs has still gone unanswered. We confirmed with you that the province has not provided written assurances that any policing costs related to the proposed facility will not be borne by the municipality and its taxpayers. In the absence of such a confirmation, we would expect the municipality of North Grenville to be in the same boat as every other municipality that has to pay for policing costs related to a provincial jail within its jurisdiction. So we're hoping that you can confirm today if that is still accurate. Number two, wastewater treatment facility. We confirm that while the province is committed to paying their proportional share of the cost of the wastewater treatment facility expansion for the proposed facility, the province has yet to enter into a contract or agreement that would officially confirm the exact amount, the terms and conditions for their proportional share. So we would ask that the municipality not commit to any contractual agreement without express written agreement from the province to pay the proportional amount, even if the prison project is abandoned. Number three, land purchase of the acreage planned for the facility. Our understanding is that North Grenville has a strong interest in the land in question, including the possibility of acquiring the entire property, should the divisional court quash the minister's decision or prohibit the construction of the correctional facility. We would be happy to support such a statement, and can you please confirm this today? Number four, surplus land. We confirm that the province has not, in any substantive, official, or legally binding manner, confirmed that unused land around the perimeter of this facility will be granted to the municipality if the judicial review is unsuccessful. We would ask that you make a public statement about the status of that statement. And finally, due diligence activities. During a recent meeting, we spoke briefly to the due diligence activities that the province has claimed in their testimony were completed. We're asking for confirmation from the municipality if the province has shared any results from the due diligence activities at this stage of the process, and if so, we would ask for access to them. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening, and I look forward to your responses.
Thank you. I don't think we can weigh in on all the matters at once, but we appreciate that you're here and obviously seeking clarity. So certainly on behalf of council and alongside acting CEO Karen Dunlop, certainly on policing costs, that the request remains. You're correct. We have yet to receive confirmation of how policing costs could be underwritten by the province. That is a request that is live, but certainly not something that we have spoken about in recent months. Obviously, I gather that perhaps the judicial review and the fact that the courts, that this matter is now before the courts, may delay the sense of urgency the province has on certain operational matters. This may be among them, but that's obviously speculation on my part. In terms of land purchase, as I've said publicly, and as the council is well aware, we have always indicated to the province a strong interest to purchase every available acre, and that continues to be communicated. So whether or not the correctional facility proceeds, all the surplus farmside lands, which is where the facility is slated to go, are acres that we have and always have had an interest in. So we continue to communicate our strong desire to acquire those lands should they become available, and all surplus lands, including those around the perimeter, or surplus being the lands that are not slated for the correctional facility as it exists now or potentially exists. We have repeatedly engaged a variety of ministries and have worked successfully with MPP Steve Clark to ensure that that request is before the ministry, and again remains very active as a request. Again, I think because this matter is now before the courts, it may be delaying a final decision on the deployment of those lands that wouldn't be used by a prospective correctional facility, but I can't say that with confidence right now. And I think on the wastewater treatment plant, perhaps I can defer that to our CEO.
Thank you, Your Worship. In regards to the wastewater treatment plant, we do not have a cost-sharing agreement currently in place. We are working in regards to the proportional share, which we have agreed in writing, and of which you have a copy of that letter. It is also available on the municipal website under the specific topic, but I cannot say that everything has been signed, sealed, and delivered at this point in time, as the process continues to be ongoing.
Maybe just to add, and really this is your time, so I'm happy to answer questions, but I think at this point we're here to receive information from yourselves, as well as give you some insight into where we're at. Obviously, the expansion of the wastewater treatment plant, as will be coming in a future meeting of council, is likely changing a little bit, and has nothing to do with the correctional facility, but just due to the price of the tender. We may be more incrementally expanding the facility, but that's Ms. Dunlop's wheelhouse, and she'll be bringing more formal information to council in the coming weeks, I think. So that's where things stand right now.
Thank you for that information. Just on the due diligence activities, could you maybe just comment on that final ask?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Dunlop.
Thank you, Your Worship. We cannot confirm any of the due diligence activities that have or have not taken place in regards to the process at this point in time. You have all the documents we have.
Just for clarity, you've not received any due diligence activities from the province?
We have no due diligence from an EA standpoint, etc. I understand that in accordance with some of the documents we have received, due diligence remains one of the items outstanding.
Okay, thank you.
Again, I believe because the matter is now before the courts, there is, I think, perhaps the pace has slowed a little bit in terms of some of the operational and construction-related matters. There has been an exchange around a site plan, which is obviously an important preliminary document if, in fact, construction were to proceed. So there has been some dialogue in recent months around that, but apart from that, the engagement with the province has been fairly limited because it is before the courts.
If I can just indicate that in the during the motion to dismiss, the material that was submitted by the province indicated that they have completed the Class A environmental assessment, and there's about 7 or maybe 8 due diligence activities that they have completed and paid for. They made the case that, you know, they had to pay for it. So they are completed, and so we're hearing today that they haven't shared any of those with you?
Not to my understanding, Ms. Dunlop, can you confirm?
Your Worship, no, not to my understanding.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay. Good. Anything else, colleagues? Okay, thank you. I know you're passionate advocates of certainly a way forward. So I appreciate you being here and giving council some context and update. And I'm sure we'll be seeing you again. Thank you. Okay, so third delegation, we have Mr. Carl Cannon here to speak to Pine Hill official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments. Welcome, Mr. Cannon. And don't forget to grab some treats on the way out, colleagues. No leftovers, that's a rule.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. My name's Carl Cannon. I'm a resident of North Grenville. I'm here to speak to the Pine Hill Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment. And I do want to start with recognition that Council and staff have been very proactive from a policy and a practice perspective regarding a number of housing-related reviews and initiatives. Council has shown leadership and partnership with respect to a number of projects, including the former court building being renovated for affordable housing, the Habitat for Humanity affordable housing project at the college, all very positive. But it's important to undertake numerous strategies regarding housing on an ongoing basis. And I have noticed a trend. I understand why, or believe I understand why, but a trend that I find worrisome and that is concerning what affordable housing or other benefits the community is actually achieving in return for granting through council approvals and benefits to developers. Basically, is council open and transparent? Are the benefits that are being proposed guaranteed or enforceable? Is there real implementation regarding those? Are they meeting the objectives of the municipal documents, including the official plan? I have expressed these concerns in writing to staff and council previously. Unfortunately, with respect to the Pine Hill OPA and ZBA, and I would also say the Jack and Joseph application as well, I'm not seeing that any real adjustment to address my concerns. And I would suggest that by council not incorporating minimum requirements, such as the number of affordable housing units or other benefits such as special needs housing or other community benefits in the holding H removal criteria provisions, council is in effect not being open and transparent, setting no formal intent, direction, or requirement for staff or the developer, abdicating its decision-making roles to staff, and making the subject official plan and zoning bylaw amendments as it pertains to municipal benefits to developers difficult or unappealable by the public. And I just note specific to Pine Hill, there's an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to allow up to 490 dwelling units on a 3.28 hectare parcel of land. That represents 149 dwelling units per gross hectare. The standard in the official plan is 45 dwelling units per gross hectare, or 147 dwelling units on that parcel. So comparing 490 dwelling units being the ask of the developer compared to the standard is a fairly substantive bonus for the developer. Even in the official plan, there is recognition of bonusing. And bonusing, in essence, they get a higher density in return for the municipality getting a community benefit. So giving an example, the official plan has a 25% affordable housing target for development. So if they're bonusing, they sure as heck should be giving you something, and you sure as heck should be pretty darn close to the 25%. But then that number for bonusing under the official plan would only give them 199 dwelling units. So you're looking at approximately 300 additional beyond bonusing dwelling units. So I think they're getting a substantive benefit, and the question then becomes what is the municipality getting in return for those benefits? And is council approving something or not approving something as far as what they're getting as far as for the community, and is it enforceable? Now, I have no objection to the Pine Hill development because it certainly is consistent with the Mayor's Task Force regarding housing. It is complementary to the recommendations. Council must always address each application individually in an open and transparent manner on its own merits, and must weigh the community benefits to potentially be received on behalf of the public, realizing not all community objectives are likely to be partially or fully met in all situations. So again, if you don't have in your bylaws what you're expecting from the developer, such as the number of affordable housing units or a percentage or how many special units, then how do we know you're getting a good deal for us as community members? Now, I do note the planning report with respect to Pine Hill speaks to 10% of affordable housing component, but the holding provisions doesn't guarantee that. It leaves a very generic statement, no numbers. It also speaks to special needs housing, but has no provisions, percentage, or numbers pertaining to those as well. The 10% noted for affordable housing is well below the 25% for a pretty substantive gain of 343 dwelling units beyond their standard requirement of the official plan. I do note that the application would certainly increase the residential dwelling units in the community. So if council approves the zoning bylaw amendment without minimal number or percentage of affordable housing and special need units stated within the bylaw, council again is not being open and transparent, not allowing the public the opportunity to determine if the bonuses to the developer are consistent with the official plan, because there's no number, and in the public interest as an equitable return for to the community. It's also fettering the public's opportunity to exercise their right to appeal to the land tribunal, because they don't know what they're appealing. That is due to insufficient information. And further, the public cannot legally appeal the subsequent holding zone removal bylaw by council. So the public, by the time a bylaw comes to council to remove the holding provision, subject to a site plan agreement that's negotiated and approved by staff, there's no public appeal opportunity. And public cannot appeal council's H provision removal bylaw. So you basically have taken away their right to appeal. I do want to note, I did send an email to council and to staff with respect to Jack Street and Joseph subdivision. Same thing, holding provisions do not have any numbers or percentages. I did provide, so there was a statement within the planning report. Again, it talked about 11 additional residential dwelling units being as a part of the benefits returned to the municipality. However, the bylaws have no numbers, and basically, so as the public, we have no idea what's going to be approved. Council's not approved, there's no formal direction to council, and that once the H removal is done, there's no public appeal. And there's no guarantee that there will be anything. So I think I did provide some wording to council and staff with respect to the Jack and Joseph Street bylaw about providing the provision of a minimum 11 additional residential dwelling units or a minimum of 25% affordable housing dwelling units at the proponent's discretion to be addressed through an executed subdivision agreement. Basically, deferring the actual number or percentage for affordable housing or other benefits is simply not open and transparent. It's deferring the decision to a later date, which is beyond the appeal period. So I guess I just want to conclude with, so we know what you're giving away, but we don't know what the community is getting in return. What's the benefit? That is also, is it legally entrenched, or does the benefit and the trade-off meet the objectives of the official plan? And by the time we as the public know, the public cannot appeal the OPA and zoning bylaw because the time's run out. Also noted previously, staff approves site plan control agreements, not council. So there's been no direction to staff, and council doesn't approve it anyway. Then ultimately, the agreement, site plan agreement, goes to council, and then the council decides whether they choose to remove the H provision or not. But the public has no opportunity to appeal that. So basically, by deferring it, you preclude them from appreciating what you're doing and appealing it. So, thank you, Madam.
Thank you, and thank you, Carl, for being here. Obviously, as the former co-chair of our of the Mayor's Affordable Housing Task Force, I think it's clear that it's been complex and tough terrain in certain respects, and your feedback is always valued. I think that, just a quick question while we have you, the holding symbol certainly has been presented as a mechanism through which a council working with staff can exercise some control over various elements of an upcoming development. And I think from what I have experienced, there has been value in that. But I recognize what you're saying in terms of the holding symbol having perhaps a limited amount of weight or being sort of more discretionary, perhaps as a tool, though I'm not sure planners would agree. So perhaps you can elaborate,
Yes.
because we've seen the holding symbol as valuable, as an important mechanism through which we can insist on various aspects of a residential development. So perhaps I'm not quite understanding what you're saying.
So what I'm saying is the holding provision is very, very valuable. It is your tool.
Right.
Combined with a site plan agreement to ensure that the benefit that you are expecting is achieved. It's also done through a subdivision agreement in the appropriate case, which could be Jack and Joseph Street. But the problem is that you as council, under the resolutions and the bylaws before council today, does not identify a percentage or number. So nowhere through this process is council identifying what their expectation is. And then it's not entrenched through the H provision. So it doesn't say that the H provision will be removed subject to an agreement that says 25% affordable housing or whatever the benefit is, or special needs housing or whatever. So in other words, there's no guarantee that it's going to be achieved. And you haven't, as council, made your decision, and it's your decision because you're council, on what your expectation is.
And so I certainly think for many years since this council's been in place, we continue to ask those questions and have fairly robust dialogue. What I'm hearing you say is that in the holding symbol provisions, commitments around affordable housing aren't always or are not frequently entrenched. Is that correct?
No, what I'm saying is you've changed your process.
Okay.
Historically, or as long as this council has been proactive, you have utilized the H provision as a tool to ensure that you get the benefits you want. So what you have said in your bylaws previously, until recently, this is you've gone a new direction, whether you appreciate what's being presented to you from staff. This is different. It's now taking the number out. But historically, you would have said, and an example, that ABC Company would get their approval subject to certain zoning and subject to a holding provision, and that holding provision can only be removed once council gets, in essence, it's an executed agreement that says you're going to get X number of affordable housing units or X number of special housing units or whatever. The point is your approval of the H bylaw, 36H, whatever, R36 or whatever it is, it says in it what your expectation is. X number of units or X percentage is going to be. You're not doing that anymore.
Gotcha.
You've taken that out. So you as council are not making a decision. You're not saying what you expect. The public isn't aware of what you're negotiating. So they see what you're giving away, but they don't see what the community's getting. And it's not locked in, because when you do your resolution and you pass your bylaw, there's a number in the bylaw. And then staff know, and the developer know, that's what they're going to get, or that's what their expectation. The way it is now, council doesn't approve anything. You're not saying, I want X percent or X number of units. You're deferring it to staff. Staff negotiate an agreement. You don't, they do. They bring it back to you, and then you approve removing an H provision. But yes, you do that, but there's no guarantee, A, that it's going to be what you initially thought it was going to be, and the public can't appeal it by that time.
Okay.
They can appeal it at the zoning stage when you pass the bylaw, which says X number of affordable housing units. but they can't appeal it when it comes back to council to remove the H provision to a number that they've never heard before,
Okay.
because you haven't made a decision.
Well, I feel like often we're in the realm of decision-making, so perhaps we have not always formalized the
You have.
percentage of affordable in the way that you're suggesting.
You have.
Yes,
What I'm saying to you is the bylaws to you here today
understood.
are not the bylaws you approved in the past.
Okay.
What you've done in the past had a number in it. So you as council have said it's going to be X number of units or whatever the community benefit is, rather than this generic subject to an agreement that'll come back some other day.
Understood. Okay.
Okay?
We appreciate that. Just before we let you go, and maybe council colleagues, maybe you have a reflection or inquiry for Mr. Cannon. I know we're still in the delegation stage, so I'm conscious of time, but I just want to name another tension, and I'm sure you're more aware of it, or you would be well aware of it, and that is the Canada Housing Mortgage Corporation definition of affordable, as you know, sort of competes with, other aspirations or objectives of affordability. So as we are both very well aware, and I so appreciate your time and leadership on the Mayor's Affordable Housing Task Force, while our official plan says 25%, every conversation we have with prospective developments naturally and inevitably invokes the 15%. And at a recent county council meeting, the same discussion is taking place. So the reality is at this stage that by virtue of having two different definitions, and CHMC, Canada Housing Mortgage Corporation, obviously is a very willing partner on certain occasions, offers very favorable financing for developers who can demonstrate a certain commitment to affordability, but at a much lower percentage than we have in our official plan or many other official plans have. So I often find in our experience that CHMC definition becomes the one that is the focal point, right? The threshold that individuals or developers are willing to commit to tends to be on the CHMC side versus what we have in an official plan. We've certainly done our best to partner with the counties, to partner with Habitat, which was one of the recommendations from your task force, and you were instrumental in bringing Habitat to the table. So we have, I think in our minds, perhaps in part, looked at closing that gap between 15 and 25%, not so much necessarily with private for-profit development, but with other partnerships that are, oriented towards the dollars that the counties receives from the province to build rent geared to income, or organizations like Habitat, and on it goes. So this is not news to you, but I just wanted to make it explicit that these two definitions can compete with each other, if you will.
The 25% that's in the county official plan, which then is mirrored in the municipal official plan, because North Grenville's official plan has to be compatible and conform to the county official plan. The 25% in the county official plan came from provincial policy. So the province said 25%, the county incorporated 25%, and North Grenville had to say 25% because the county did. But the policy is flexible, and I've said this before, council, and other times, is you do your best, you get the best number you can, and recognize that there are a multitude of benefits out there, and you're not going to get 100% of each one every time. So all I'm saying to council tonight is be upfront in what you're getting so the public appreciates what the trade-off is, and then can make a value judgment with respect to the amendment with what you've approved. So just say it up front, put it in the H provision. As far as CMHC and 15%, well, that's always the driving one, because that's associated with money. So obviously the developers say A is a lower number, and B, it coincides with the funding that I'm trying to pursue. So my comment to you is do the best you can, realizing there's competing objectives, and that just state what it is in the end and put it in the H bylaw. That's all I'm saying.
Indeed, and certainly we appreciate your delegation, and I don't think this is a council that doesn't want to be very explicit and transparent about the affordability commitments we are endeavoring to make on the community's behalf. So if there's been some change to how that's captured in certain mechanisms, then I think we can certainly be vigilant. But at this table, at almost every council meeting, we're having a discussion about the commitment, the tangible commitment.
But the bylaws before you
Understood.
don't have one. And I would say to you that if Jack Street is to have 11 additional units, put it in the bylaw. If I'm not recommending this, but if you're saying for Pine Hill is 10% for affordable housing, put it in the bylaw. And if you're saying part of the community benefit are special needs units, put the number in the bylaw. So the developer knows, the public knows, and staff know. Because when they deal with this site plan agreement, they'll say, council told us this is the number. It's not negotiable. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. We've had so many planning matters coming at us over the last few months. Perhaps we missed this one. So we're coping with an ever-changing landscape, if you will.
I would say this is, I understand why there's this change. I'm not saying it's a good change. I think you ultimately have to be upfront and say the number and make it legally enforceable.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Before you go, is council colleagues anything else? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah. I'd just like to say, Carl, before you leave the delegation table, that for my part, and I think I speak for the rest of the council, that we really appreciate your contribution to what's an ongoing complex discussion about affordability, which as of yet we still don't know what the definition, what the number is for this community. Just a little bit of context. The official plan that you're referring to is 2018. This was pre-COVID. This is back when councils of the day welcomed developers building single-family units. We've overbuilt single-family units, as you're painfully aware, through your work on the Affordable Housing Task Force. And our housing strategy looks to increase the mix, for example. So when you talk about 2.5 or 3.3 times what's stated in the official plan, believe me, we're fast approaching a review and an updating of the official plan. And I think, intensification and reducing sprawl of our subdivisions that we've seen built over the past few years is definitely top of mind with us. But again, thank you for your contribution to this discussion. We don't dismiss it, we take it to heart.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Council.
Anything else for Mr. Cannon before he goes? I just want to maybe say to wrap up, in terms of that specificity on affordable, it is the elephant in the room, in that the province suggested that they were going to provide a definition of affordability as it related to development charge exemptions. And as I think you're well aware, our own planner, Ms. Amy Martin, and at the county level, we've appealed to the province to get that definition, because we think it would allow for a number that developers could work with in a more real way, because to Councillor Barclay's point, the market has so radically changed over the last 2 or 3 years. The counties has updated its own assessment of market rents and what would constitute affordable, but through the CHMC definition. So we're still, I think, caught with competing sets of information, and we would certainly welcome that definition from the province if it allowed us to set a single standard. And that's what we hear often from some of the developers or their representatives who might be here tonight, is that they are reluctant to commit to a percentage without the number.
Well, again, you have an official plan, it has a policy. Again, my comment to you was, get the best number you can. If you're using it based on CMHC 15%, then use 15%. Because the official plan talks about an objective, realizing it's not always going to be achieved. But the point is, get the best number you can, and if CMHC ends up being a reasonable line that developers accept and seems to be where it's trending, then why would you take less than 15%? And again, my suggestion is, and put it in writing. Put it as an H provision criteria like you used to, because that's what you used to do. And you're not doing that as of these two applications. They're the first two. So, thank you.
Thank you for being here. Okay, so council, that completes our delegations for this evening. So we'll move on. We have several items as per our consent agenda. We have a committee of adjustment. Right, and you want the committee of adjustment before the consent agenda? Is that correct? Okay. All right, so then we are going to deviate from our council agenda, and we are going to briefly consider or now transition to our committee of adjustment, and we'll welcome Ms. Debbie Wood for, I think, one particular matter, if I'm not mistaken. Two, okay. All right, so I will thank those in the room who are waiting for items under the regularly scheduled council meeting. And we'll go quickly to our Committee of Adjustment matters. And on the Committee of Adjustment are typically items that take a very limited amount of time, which is why we deal with them first. So sorry, I was only looking at the council agenda, so thank you, Megan. So I'm going to call the Committee of Adjustment meeting to order at 8:07. I'll ask for disclosures of interest, colleagues. Any disclosures? Seeing none. I'll look for approval of minutes from our June 14th, 2020 meeting. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Barclay, Councillor Wilson, thank you. And now we'll move to the first of two matters under the Committee of Adjustment. And the first is A0623 for 4 Mill Lane. So the Committee of Adjustment will now hold a public meeting to consider application number 80623 on the lands located at 4 Mill Lane, Plan 3, Lot 1, Geographic Township of Oxford-on-Redo, now the Municipality of North Grenville, to reduce setbacks from the normal high water mark and rear yard, as well as recognizing lot coverage and a non-complying rear yard to permit an addition to an existing dwelling. This meeting is your opportunity to voice any objections with respect to the proposed minor variance. If an appellant does not provide oral submissions at this meeting or written submissions before the committee makes a decision, the Ontario Lands Tribunal may refuse to consider their objections. Debbie Wood, who's here with us, thank you, Ms. Wood, is Secretary Treasurer and will keep a record. Are there people here for the 4 Mill Lane meeting? I'm not seeing anyone. So I'll invite Ms. Martin, Director of Planning, to go over the brief application. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do want to recognize that Mr. Robinson is here as the agent on the file.
Good evening.
If we just go to the next slide. So there are 4 variances that are being sought in regard to a proposed addition to an existing dwelling at 4 Mill Lane in Birds Rapids. So the first is to recognize a setback of 7.8 meters from the normal high water mark instead of 30 meters. That's to the Rideau River. And to provide relief from the section 13.2, which is our residential zoning within the bylaw, to recognize a rear yard setback of 4.4 meters. And I do want to provide a bit of correction in that the existing setback is just over 8 meters, which is already non-complying with the zoning bylaw. So we'd be further reducing that non-compliance. And to provide relief from section 30.2, which is our flooding and erosion protection zone zoning provisions, to recognize an increased lot coverage of 23.7% and a rear yard setback of 4.4 meters. And again, the existing rear yard setback is already considered to be non-compliant, so we would be further pushing back into that non-compliance. Next slide, please. Here's the location of the property in Birds Rapids itself. It's on the south side of where the rapids are and located just off Grenville Street. Mill Lane is not a developed road, so the frontage of the property is technically on Grenville Street. Next slide, please. just the zoning map, which shows the different zone categories on the property. And as you will see, there is both residential first density and floodplain zoning on this property. Next slide, please. And I do apologize, it's always hard when you have these site plans to put them up and share them publicly, just given the size and the level of detail. But you do see where on the right side of the screen, there will be an addition to the house. It will project out 3 meters to the east towards that shared property line and be set back a minimum of 4.4 meters from that shared line. What I want to say is that that area that they're projecting into is considered a technical rear yard. However, when you look at the orientation of the house, that side of the yard more functions like a side yard, as the house has a north-south orientation. So the front of the house would face Mill Lane, with the rear yard or use of that yard would be towards the river. If we go to the next slide. So some important information regarding this file is that the existing dwelling is located 8.45 meters to the high water mark, and the proposed addition will be located 7.8 meters. And this is mostly accommodated through a projection of what would be considered a bay window towards the water. The location of the proposed addition is within an acceptable building envelope as contemplated within the slope stability report. So as part of the application, a slope stability report was required given proximity to the water. Next slide, please. And as mentioned, the proposed addition will further encroach, into a non-complying rear yard setback. And again, that's because it's the rear yard is technically defined as being towards that eastern property line. So it'll go down from just, currently it's about 8 meters to the shared property line, and the request is to go to 4.4 meters. The addition also represents a slight increase in lot coverage of 2.9%, which would bring the total lot coverage to 23.7%. So prior to this request for the addition, the lot coverage was already in exceedance of the zone standard for the flooding and erosion protection zone, which is 15%. Next slide, please. So we have received comment from a neighboring resident, which was circulated to members of the committee ahead of time. Just given the timing of when reports are due, sometimes comments come in after the fact. So we will read them into the record. I will summarize the comments that were provided, as they are 2 pages in length. The neighboring property owner notes that they are not in support of the application. They had concerns in regards to impacts on their privacy. They did note that they do have a smaller lot compared to the adjacent neighbor, which limits certain aspects of their property, such as where their septic is located, which was a concern that was raised in regards to having their an addition moving closer to their property line. They also felt that the addition could be accommodated elsewhere on the property, and had asked if it was possible if there could be an examination done to understand if the accommodation of an addition could be provided elsewhere, such as on the west side of the house compared to the east side, which is proposed. And that question was posed to Mr. Robinson. And after the committee's had a chance to ask questions of staff, I'm certain Mr. Robinson would be more than happy to provide a response as to why the east side of the house is being proposed for an addition versus the west side of the house. And if we go to the next slide. So it is staff's recommendation, that the minor variance be supported, as the addition is seen as good land use planning, and the information provided in the planning rationale as to why this location can be supported by staff, in addition to the fact that the proposed building envelope has also been identified as part of the slope stability study. That concludes my presentation, and I would be more than happy to take questions from members of the committee.
Okay, colleagues, any comments at this stage? I know we have the applicant's representative here. Is there anything you'd like to add?
Thank you. The issue, I only found out this morning from an email I got from Amy, where she forwarded the comments from the neighbor to the east, and the neighbor was asking about, was it possible to shift the addition, which is only about 400 square feet, to the west side of the building. There are some issues with that. One of them is the fact that the existing well for the property is approximately 3 meters away from the house already. The septic office requirements are for a 5-meter setback, so any new construction on the west side would likely not get a permit from the Ottawa Septic Office. So that is one of the key issues. As well, on the west side of the house, there is quite a slope. We do have a slope on the east side. It's not as significant. We're building the entire building on piers. It would be even more significant piers. On the west side, there's a series of stairs right now built into the slope that that's how steep it is. So it doesn't really work on the west side. My client is willing and can have discussions with that owner. We did try to, my client was there at the property today. The neighbor was not there. I was there myself at about 5 o'clock. The neighbor was not there. But we are willing to undertake some additional planting, either on our client's property or on the neighbor's property to screen the impact. The new addition itself is only going to have one window facing that property owner. That property owner has quite significant windows facing our client's property. It's not the other way around. There's a distance right now of about 17 meters between buildings, about 14 meters from the existing edge of the building on our client's property to the deck on the adjacent property. With this construction in mind, it's going to be a bit over 10-meter distance from new building to new deck, and a bit over 13 meters from new building to existing building. So it's quite significant setbacks already, and if necessary, we could do some additional planting on one of the two sides. There is a shed right now on the neighbor's property, which is too close to the property line, but that does provide some screening as well. So those are my responses. Thank you.
So questions, concerns from colleagues in regards to the proposed application? And how has that offer for additional planting been made, or how would it be made?
We haven't been able to get a hold of the neighbor, so we can undertake discussions afterwards. My client or myself are quite willing to do that. It's only about a 400 square foot addition. It's quite small. And as Ms. Martin indicated, the new building's closest point to the river is an extension of its current setback to the river, with the exception of a bay window, which brings it a bit closer. And it's all on piers.
Gotcha. Okay. So colleagues, we don't have any members of the public apart from what Ms. Martin has read into the record as feedback. So there are no other members here in regards to the application. So with that in mind, I'm going to consider the public meeting closed. And I think, Ms. Wood, perhaps you can read the motion that council is being asked to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So be it resolved that the Committee of Adjustment approve minor variance application A0623 for Paul Robinson on behalf of Gilles and Christine Mercier on the lands located at 4 Mill Lane, Plan 3, Lot 1, Geographic Township of Oxford on Rideau, now the municipality of North Grenville. To provide relief from Section 6.25A of the Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 5012, to permit an addition to an existing dwelling at a setback of 7.8 meters from the normal high water mark instead of 30 meters, and to provide relief from Section 13.2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 5012 to permit an addition to the existing dwelling to recognize a rear yard setback of 4.4 meters, and to provide relief from Section 30.2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 5012 to recognize a lot coverage of 23.7% and a non-complying rear yard of 4.4 meters.
Thank you. Well done. I apologize for putting you on the spot. I'll look to a mover and a seconder then, please. Deputy Mayor, do we have a seconder? Councillor Sullivan, thank you. Any final concerns or questions? Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Director Martin or Deputy Director Mosher. Just a couple of things that I read in your report. One was that a character impact study was deemed not necessary, I guess, by the proponent. And I understand this is an older property and things have grandfathered. So I understand normally, you know, that would wash, but I just wanted to highlight all the effort that's gone into preserving the unique character of Burritts Rapids, and I thought maybe in this case it might have been appropriate. But again, I think if you're talking about an older building and you're not substantially adding or destroying it, it naturally fits into the character. The other question I had, or I'm asking for comment on, is climate change. You know, what we're dealing with is the 100-year event cycle, and with the increased storms or violence of storms that we've seen, I'm wondering how viable that is. I know that Rideau Valley Conservation Authority gave it a pass, but I mean, how confident are we in going forward that those floodplains are viable or relevant any longer?
So maybe we'll go to Ms. Martin and then over to the representative. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, to the Deputy Mayor. So in regards to any review of any application, so this property, you've identified correctly that it's within the RVCA's control area, and they do you are required to get a Section 28 permit prior to getting a building permit. So certainly, you would, through that review on the floodplain side, there would be an analysis as to the level of the floodplain on the property during that 1 in 100 year event, and then there are certain requirements in which you have to construct above that, and I believe that's about 30 centimeters above the 1 in 100 year floodplain. Often through that approvals process, through the Section 28 permit, the Conservation Authority will also require some additional flood-proofing measures. So in this case, it's the pier method of construction, so providing elevation. In other construction methods, it could be having the construction so that water can move through a crawl space in the event of a flood. So there are certainly, on the building code side, measures that can be taken as well to address that flooding impact. As for the Conservation Authority and how they work to try and mitigate climate change, I'm sure that a lot of the science and technology around that is being updated through their policies, procedures, and of course the building code would be reflective of that too.
Okay, so we'll just take the other one in terms of character of Burritts Rapids, and then I see Councillor Sullivan's hand. Go ahead.
Thank you. With respect to echo what Ms. Martin indicated, we do have a permit from the RVCA, and one of the requirements was it be built on piers. The piers range in height from 1.5 meters closer to the river down to 0.2 of a meter further away, and it's based on the slope. And if we had been building on the west side, they would have been even higher, but they do provide the protection from any flooding, and as well, a separate item that is coming forward on this property, which is through permits that my client is going to be obtaining from the Conservation Authority. They're wanting to do some rehabilitation of the retaining wall that is along the river now, and we've started doing some initial civil engineering design works because the retaining wall is starting to see better days. So that is a separate item that's being done. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sullivan, and this will be the last question. Thanks, go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, I gather to Director Martin, I think would be the right person for this question. Other than the fact that it's being built on piers, does the slope, Mr. Robinson mentioned a steep slope down to the water, so does that also affect the high water mark and how far back from the water the building needs to be?
So a slope stability study was provided as part of the application, which would have analyzed the impacts of the floodplain on the slope itself and made recommendations as to whether or not it would be suitable for an addition. So that analysis piece is a bit of your determination factor and as part of the permitting process on the RVCA side to ensure that even in the event of a flood event, that should there be any impacts, how they're mitigated through the type of construction that's done or installed as part of that addition piece to reduce and mitigate those impacts. So especially when we're dealing with floodplain hazards and identified unstable slopes. Those studies help us make those informed decisions, and the conservation authorities' informed decision as to whether or not they can issue a permit.
Okay, thank you. And the second question or comment is that I appreciate the property owner and his agent, her agent, whatever, to their efforts to be good neighbors and offer to build some kind of landscape barrier for the adjacent neighbor. Unfortunately, you weren't able to make the connection today, so. But I appreciate that, and I think that's a good step. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, and we hope that you're able to have that conversation with the neighbor and obviously follow through. Referring back to our earlier delegation, this is a goodwill gesture, so we hope the neighbor takes you up on it and you're able to execute quickly. With that, I'm going to call the vote on this one because we have one other. All in favor, please raise your hands, colleagues. Good. Okay, that carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
We're going to move on to our next public meeting, and that is for a 0723 for 3767 Maple Shore Drive. The Committee of Adjustment will now hold a public meeting for said address, located at 3767 Maple Shore Drive, Lot 37, Concession 2, Geographic Township of South Gore, now the Municipality of North Grenville, to waive the setback for two structures that would be located within the regulatory floodline. Obviously, this meeting is your opportunity to voice any objections with respect to the proposed minor variance. As I've said previously, if an appellant does not provide oral or written submissions before the committee makes a decision, any appeal to the Ontario Lands Tribunal may not be heard. Debbie Wood will continue to serve as secretary. And I'll ask, are there any individuals here for this public meeting? Okay, great, thank you. I'll pass this over to Mr. Mosher for the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could please go to the next slide. So as mentioned by the mayor, this is to seek regulatory relief from the section 6.25C of the zoning bylaw. So this is a setback from the regulatory floodplain. Just important to note that the proposal does not propose any structures within the floodplain. North Grenville has a conservative buffer built into its zone standard from floodplain, and this is, to Deputy Mayor's point from the previous meeting, a climate change mitigation type of measure. If we could go to the next slide, please. So this is the subject property and its area location. It's an odd-shaped lot with frontage on Rideau River Road, Maple Shore Road, and the Rideau River. Next slide, please. This shows the official plan designations on the property. You may note that when we flip over to the zoning that they're slightly different. So it's rural on the whitish portion and floodplain hazards on the kind of speckled portion there. Next slide, please. And then these are the zone categories. So the hatched area is flooding and erosion protection, FEP, and then the whitish portion around the 3767 number is a rural zone category. And just the difference between the zone standard and the official plan is that the zone bylaw was passed in 2012, the official plan was done in 2018, and there wasn't an update to the zone layer following the official plan. So that's why that difference, but the official plan is the most up-to-date floodplain map. Next slide, please. So this is the site plan that staff has received, and you can see it's not a tremendous amount of detail. There's building A, and then there's building B. So we understand that building A would be in addition to the existing structure, and you can see it's kind of right on the line of that dashed green and black area. So this is a map adapted from the Conservation Authority's regulatory mapping system. And then you also see structure B. Now what structure B does show is that it would meet a 2-meter setback from the interior side yard. And again, it just kind of touches into the 15-meter setback from the regulatory floodplain. So neither structure would be within the floodplain itself. But for the 15-meter setback from the floodplain, it appears to us that these structures would comply with all of the zone standards. Next slide, please. I think I've said all of that. Next slide, please. So we did receive a letter of no objection from the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority. After the slide deck was published, we received an additional comment from the septic office raising concerns that they didn't understand where the location of the septic system was in relation to either the accessory structure or the proposed addition. So I did have a chance to talk with the septic office chief building official today and asked if he would be amenable to including a condition that as building permits are progressing, if septic permits are required as part of the OBC, that be built into the decision of the variance. So he was open to that as a solution to move forward and make sure that his comments were addressed. Next slide, please. So staff recommends supporting the variance to waive the 15-meter setback from the floodplain for the two proposed structures. This is seen to be minor and achieves the overall intent of the zoning bylaw and the official plan. And yes, I'm sorry, the councilor did point out to me that I had some errors in this. So this, please disregard that last sentence. It's also in keeping with the rural designation. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are some.
Okay, colleagues, any questions in regards to this one? Councillor Strachan?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, to Deputy Director Mosier. I did send a couple of questions to you earlier today, so I guess I'll just reiterate a few of those right now so that we can put them out for public consumption. The first was whether or not the intended use was known at this time. The second was regarding the height of the structure, and the third was regarding the area, the dimensions of the structure as planned right now, and whether or not you have any of that information. Thank you.
Yes, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Strachan. We don't know the uses. We know one would be a detached accessory structure. Other than that, no other information was provided by the applicant. We understand that possibly the attached structure would be a deck or porch, but again, we do not know that. We don't, no request for a height variance has been submitted, so staff is left with the assumption that it would be in compliance. And then in terms of the areas of the proposed structures, the attached one, structure A, would be 351 square feet, and the detached accessory structure would be 1,800 square feet, 30 by 60.
And if I may, just two follow-up questions on those points. What is the maximum height currently permitted without a requested variance? And is the current area of the detached structure permissible without a permit, or is there another permit? Is a permit required as well?
Okay, so first question, in terms of height, and through you, Your Worship, the maximum height for an accessory structure in the rural zone is 6 meters. That's measured from average grade to the midpoint of the truss. And then for lot coverage, we have run a very basic calculation to see what other existing accessory structures are located on the property. To our knowledge, this structure would not violate the maximum 3% lot coverage for accessory structures. We will need to do that calculation when any building permit's made, and no specific request was made to vary the lot coverage for it.
Great. Seeing no other hands, I know there are members of the public here. Do you wish to speak to this application? Or they are the applicants. You are the applicants. Is that correct? Okay. So is there any desire to speak to the application? I'm not seeing any. Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying, Ms. Wood. So if there are no comments from the applicant or members of the public, then colleagues, I'm going to go to the motion, and I can read it this time. Ms. Wood will share the labor, and it's to provide relief from section 6.25C of zoning bylaw 5012 to waive the 15-meter setback for two structures that would be located within the 15-meter setback from the regulatory flood line. So I believe that's the essence of the motion, so I'll look for a mover and a seconder, please. Thank you. Councillor Barclay. A seconder, please. Okay, Councillor Strachan. I am looking for any last hands. Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor, please. Good. Thank you. That carries. And in terms of our Committee of Adjustment business, Ms. Wood, anything else? Close and adjourn. So I'll look for a mover and a seconder, perhaps Councillor Wilson, Councillor Sullivan. Can we move and second an adjournment of our Committee of Adjustment, please? Thank you. And that is at 8:34 p.m. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Good. We are taking a 10-minute break. So thank you. We'll be back at 8:45. No, he can't take it. It has to be in the photo. He's joking. Okay, council colleagues, before we officially reconvene, we are recognizing tonight one of the recipients of our 2022 Civic Awards, Amanda Lang. So if I could just invite council colleagues to the front, we'll get a quick photo. Amanda wasn't able to join us for our Civic Awards presentation. She's part of the Oxford Mills Girl Guides program that had this fantastic trip in Calgary, and Amanda literally has just returned. That's why she's wearing cowboy boots, where she was at the Calgary Stampede. Okay. Yeah, don't worry. I'm on it. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your patience. We appreciate it. It's been a night of many developments on the council front. So we'll now move to our consent agenda, colleagues. That's where I was before we went into our committee of adjustment. So looking for a mover and a seconder for the items presented under the consent agenda. Of course, it is council's prerogative to pull any items should they wish before we move adoption of the consent agenda. Any comments, colleagues? Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I would like to pull the noise exemption request for Oxford Village off the consent agenda, please.
Great. Thank you. So that's noted. So we now have an amended consent agenda. Any other proposed changes? Yeah, I'm getting to you. Don't worry. All right, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
I'd like to pull the minutes from June 14th from the consent agenda, please.
The council meeting minutes, is that correct?
That's
okay.
Correct.
So that knocks off 2/3 of our consent agenda. So we're down to Police Services Board and Otel Kemptville BIA. Any further changes? Yes, Councillor Wilson.
I'd like to, through you, Madam Mayor, the noise exemption request for snowmobile drags.
Okay, duly noted. So once again, the remaining consent agenda items are Police Services Board and Old Town Kemptville BIA minutes. With that, I'll look for a mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor, seconder. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'll call the question. All in favor? Good. Thank you. So then we'll go to the minutes of the previous meeting. These are council meeting minutes from June 14th, 2023. I'll look for a mover or seconder before entertaining discussion. A mover, please. Okay, Deputy Mayor, thank you. Okay, Councillor Wilson, thank you. All right, minutes are on the floor. Comments? Thank you, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
I'd just like to note that the minutes have me attending, and I was in Brockville at the My View Youth Film Festival.
Okay.
So I wasn't here.
Okay, Deputy Mayor was absent. Any other changes, colleagues? Councillor Wilson, thank you for your hand.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the motion, notice of motions for care and control of animals. It's got me as moving it and Christian Strachan as seconding. I did not move that motion.
Do we recall who the mover was? It was Councillor Strachan?
Councillor Strachan.
And Councillor Wilson, Councillor O'Sullivan seconded. Okay. Councillor O'Sullivan moved, Councillor Strachan seconded. Thank you. Oh, you'll have to put your mic on, Councillor O'Sullivan.
Sorry, I thought there was a move to defer it. Doesn't the minutes reflect it was deferred? The minutes deflect it was deferred, and I
do not believe it was deferred or defeated. Or maybe it was, I'll go to the clerk. Ms. Janot.
Through your worship, so we can make sure the minutes reflect what happened. And as I recall, it was put on the floor by Councillor O'Sullivan, seconded by Councillor Strachan, and then defeated.
Okay, so the minutes reflect it was deferred, so it needs to be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Janot, for refreshing our memories on that. Anything else in terms of the minutes? Okay, so perhaps we've moved and seconded them. They're on the floor. Edits have been suggested. Council colleagues, are you comfortable approving the minutes with the proposed amendments? Good, okay. I'll call the question. All in favor? And I'm sure, Ms. Janot, you'll bring them back once those edits have been made.
Typically, once they've been approved as amended, we'll just make those edits and then they'll be on record.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, reports, Office of the CEO. Anything this evening, Acting CEO?
The CAO's office does not have anything to report this evening, but I will under Public Works.
Client Services, we have nothing. Corporate Services, Ms. Janot, over to you for Council Chamber upgrades.
Through your worship, I just want to raise one matter that came out of closed as well before we move on to this report. So there was in closed a discussion about a land matter, and the resolution was that council authorize the acting CAO or their designate to proceed with the declaration of a lack of interest in the lands described as Lot 11-13, Concession 7, South Gore, Municipality of North Grenville, and to authorize the acting CAO to prepare and submit a letter to that effect, and that was passed.
Thank you. I think we will now formally move it and second it in open. So, Deputy Mayor, are you willing to move?
I just wanted to inform the public that I recused myself because of a perceived potential conflict of interest over this particular item. So I wasn't in attendance when it was discussed.
Thank you. And I assume then you'll abstain from the vote. Okay. So I'll look for another mover then, please. Councillor Wilson? Councillor Sullivan, thank you. As noted, Deputy Mayor was not in the room during the discussion and is abstaining from the vote. And with that in mind, I'll look for any other comments or questions. Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? Good. And please make sure the record reflects that Deputy Mayor Barkley recused himself. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go to your second item, please.
Okay, thank you. I'll just wait for the slides to come up. Tonight is just a quick matter, a fairly quick matter, hopefully. We are presenting on the Council Chamber AV upgrades to award the contract to proceed with that project. Next slide, please. So the municipality received modernization phase 3 funding to upgrade the Council Chamber AV equipment to allow for hybrid meetings. While we are going through this process of procuring, the Parks, Recreation and Culture Department realized it would be a good time to also work on upgrading our projector and screen, so we worked on getting quotes for that as well. Next slide, please. We received 2 bids, and we're recommending the bid from SciComm. We also need an additional $9,360 to complete Phase 1, which was the original project, which includes the council AV upgrades. And then Parks, Recreation, and Culture is requesting $60,000 to complete Phase 2, which is the installation of a new screen and projector. Next slide, please. So these are the recommendations that are before you tonight, and I can take any questions.
Council colleagues, questions? I see Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor, through you to Ms. Chenot. We had a brief discussion during the break. I just want to confirm that the additional funds are for Phase 1. The $9,360 are coming from general reserves, and that the $60,000 to complete Phase 2 are coming from building department reserves. Is that the municipal center reserves? Okay. And that the province in both cases are covering 65%? Is that correct?
Through your worship, only the Phase 1 part of the project has provincial funding. The Phase 2, which is the screen and projector, will be fully funded through the Municipal Center Reserve Fund.
Just to follow up, if I might. So Phase 2, the total budget for Phase 2 is 60,000.
Correct.
Right.
Any other questions or concerns? I know these are very, very long-awaited upgrades and will enable certainly hybrid, which is something that we've struggled with even through the pandemic. I'll recognize Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Ms. Chenot. When I was reading the document, it refers a lot to the ability for the public to participate in the hybrid meetings virtually. But I want to confirm that this will also allow for council members to be able to participate. Okay, thank you. And the ability to vote online will be there then?
Through your worship, we will have to look at revising our procedural bylaw, which is already in the plans to do so anyways, to reflect this, but that is the intention.
Okay, thank you. And one last question is, can you give us a timeline, please? I know this was the hope to have it done like months ago, but can you give me a timeline as to when it will be completed?
We'll have a better idea of the timeline once the contract is signed following tonight's approval, but we are looking at the end of September for completion.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Apologies. Ms. Chenot, can you just advise when was the tender issued for this work?
I believe the tender was issued in mid-May, but I would have to double check that.
And did we receive multiple bids?
We received 2.
Okay. And we proceeded with a bid at that time, is my recollection? Or is this the full tender being presented this evening?
Sorry, I missed the first part of the question.
Is this an amendment to the tender that was awarded, or is this we are officially awarding the tender this evening?
This is the first time the matter is before you, yeah.
Okay. We've received updates, but not the official tender.
Correct.
Okay. And were the price points relatively competitive in terms of the amounts bid?
If you look at the report, you'll see that the second bid was substantially higher and substantially higher than the estimated bids we would received. We are working with a contractor throughout this procurement, so the bid that is before you tonight for approval was in line with their expectations.
Okay. Any other questions, colleagues? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to our acting CAO. Ms. Dunlop, with these contracts, are performance penalties regularly included in them in terms of delivery timelines, et cetera?
Through you, Your Worship, we do not have penalty clauses typically embedded within our RFPs and contracts, except for the larger performance-related construction products. The things such as the digester rebuild was the last time that we had substantial delay penalties included. We do find that common law has sometimes got in the way of enforcement of those penalties, but we have been successful in the larger contracts to have them included.
Okay. Any other questions? Not seeing any. The motion is on the floor. Have we moved and seconded it? No, we haven't. Okay. So then I'll look for a mover and a seconder for the following, and that is that council award the council chamber AV upgrades contract to SciComm for Phase 1 and Phase 2. Authorize the use, as we've discussed, of $9,360.40 from general reserves. Authorize the Director of Corporate Services to execute the agreement and all necessary documents. Authorize the use of $60,000 from Municipal Center Building Reserve. And authorize the Director of Parks, Rec, and Culture to execute the agreement. I'll look for a mover and a seconder then, please. Councillor Strachian, Councillor O'Sullivan, thank you. Any final comments? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. Oh, you do have a comment, Councillor Strachian?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Just to highlight that as a result of the construction that the August 9th planning meeting will be virtual, as well as the September 13th, with potential for future dates if there's any other delays. And that's in addition to the Hamlet meetings in South Gore and Burt's Rapids.
That is correct. 2 of our planning meetings will be virtual in the coming months, and we hope it's just 2. I know Ms. Jeannot is very much hoping to be back in this building in short order. And council does typically take some breaks from its regularly scheduled council meetings other than planning in August, so we're endeavoring to do that as well. Okay, I'm going to call the question then. All in favor, please. Thank you. That carries. I'm going to move to Emergency and Protective Services. Is Chief Oakham with us this evening? Thank you, Chief. Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here, nonetheless. And I know, Mr. Ogrande, you do have your financial year-to-date report. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Council. Tonight, I'll just wait for the slides to come up. We'll start with attachment number 2, middle one. Thank you. So tonight I have a year-to-date report for Council's informational purposes. This is a January to May 2023 year-to-date actual versus budget report. What we'll be focusing on tonight really will be the year-to-date cost, which is the 4th column on this report, as against the 1st column. So the 1st column includes the 2023 full year budget that was approved by Council back in February, and the 4th column is made up of the actual costs that the municipality has experienced from January to May 2023. So the first item that I want to point out for Council tonight is the taxation line. Council will remember that back in February when the budget was approved, Council approved a 3.87% increase on taxation. So far, as of May 2023, all of the tax bills have been sent out, and all of that revenue has been recorded. The reason why there's a variance on that line is due to the supplemental taxes that we will start to see in the second part of the year. I'd also like to point out that the user fee line is trending a little below budget. As of May year to date, we've seen 1.2 million as opposed to a full year budget of 4.2. Ideally would have loved to see this about 75% variance or negative 75% variance, but that's trending below budget. We also expect that we will not meet this budget line at the end of the year. Also, our grant revenues are trending very well so far. Our OCIF grant and gas tax grants are usually cyclical grants that come in at various points in the year. So far, what we've recognized are the grants that we've received so far. The other line I would like to highlight for Council tonight is the line that reads as other revenue, which shows a total year-to-date revenue of $336,000. This is mostly the interest from our bank deposits with our bank. On the expense line, we see that most of the expenses are trending in line with budget. There's no real expense line that I would like to highlight here tonight, apart from the insurance line, which is number 3. The reason why that is above budget is because currently the municipality's insurance program includes the campus, and that portion of the bill will be recovered from the campus, or has already been recovered as of today. But in this report, it's still reflected in here. The next page, please. So I'll just go through very quickly also with the divisional reports and highlight a couple of areas where I'd like council to be informed of tonight. On the revenue side, under the Office of the CAO, the grant line that we see there is the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, which usually is about 1.1 million every year. So far, we've received about half of that, so we're expecting the second half of that to come in the second part of the year. And on the expense side of that division as well, as I mentioned, the insurance premium that the municipality pays includes the campus, which will be recovered. The next division is council. There's nothing really here for me to highlight. All of the expenses are trending as we expect, according to the budget. The next division is the corporate services division. We can see, I'd like to highlight the user fee line under this division, which is trending a little bit below budget. This user fee is made up majorly of the cemetery plot sales that the department makes, and that's a little bit, below the budget for the year. But hopefully that can be recovered in the second part of the year as well. Next page, please. Under finance, there's really nothing to highlight here that's outside of the ordinary. We're still seeing high interest income from our bank deposits as a result of the high interest rates that the bank currently affords us. Next page. The next page here is the police operating statement. The biggest expense for us here is a $2.4 million budget for our policing contract. That's also trending as expected, in line with the budget that was set. Next page. Under emergency and protective services, I'd like to highlight a good news story here, being that the user fees are already surpassing budget for the year. And this revenue basically is from our bond permits, our licensing, pet licensing, and things of that nature. So we'll be also looking at that in the next budget to see if that requires an adjustment going forward. The next page. The next department is the planning department. There's really nothing here to highlight. I think all of the expenses and the revenues are trending in expectation to budget. The only other thing I can highlight here is the developer fees. We haven't seen any as of the timing of this report, but hopefully that will start to come in the second part of the year. The next department is the building division. The area for concern with this division is the actual year-to-date cost, the actual year-to-date revenue for the building permits. It's trending below budget at this time. We also do not expect that the full year results will meet up with the budget expectations. And also we've seen that over the last 1 or 2 years, that revenue has started to come down. And hopefully we'll see a change of that in the following year. The next division is the Public Works division. The grants line is majorly made up of the OCIF and the gas tax funding. As I mentioned earlier, those are cyclical revenues that come in at different times of the year. So we're only recognizing at this point what we've received. We expect that the rest of the funding will come in before the end of the year. The other area for concern is the user fees, which is basically made up of our waste tags that we sell. We're starting to see a decline in the number of tags that we sell. And I believe the Public Works Department will be bringing a report to council later in the year with a proposal to review fees going forward. The next department is the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Department. User fees is, at this point, is trending well. They're on course to surpass budget. Grants as well have also done very well. The grant fee revenue that's in this operating statement has to do with the County Road 44 multi-use path project that was received for about $500,000. Expenses are also in line with expectations of the budget. And the final department on the municipal operating statement is the North Grenville Municipal Center, which is this building. Our user fees are also trending below budget. We don't expect we'll meet budget on this line as well. And it's mostly down to the rentals of the suites that we have, as we're not seeing a lot of traction on that end. And that's one major cost for the performance. But on the expense side, so far so good. It seems to be trending in the right direction. Okay, so we'll just move over to the next attachment, which is attachment 3, yes, thank you. So this is the Water and Wastewater Division, which is a separate budget from the municipal budget because it's funded 100% by the user fees. So only residents and property owners who are connected to the municipal water and sewage services pay these service costs, basically. In this report, it doesn't, because of the cyclical nature of the billing, it's only recording revenues up to April. So the next billing would have been the first week of June, which would have included May and June. It would have included April and May. So it doesn't include April. So this is kind of like a 4-month revenue that we're reporting as of the end of May against the full year budget. So once that's extrapolated into the actual revenue, they're actually trending in line with the expectations of the budget. And on the expense side, nothing really to highlight. Everything is in line with the budget expectations for the Water and Wastewater Department. And the last attachment that I have for tonight is the capital program. I apologize for the small print. But I wouldn't go through all of the capital projects as we extensively discussed them at the budget time. But my colleagues here are here tonight to answer any questions that council might have regarding any of these projects or updates that council might want to know. So happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Guarantes. Appreciate it to get this sort of mid-year update. So recognize it's a lot of work and review, but we're grateful for your efforts. I saw Councillor Strakian's hand, so go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. To you, Director Algorande, I think this is great to see this update, the snapshot approximately halfway through the year. The one question I have is our draw from reserves. So I'm just, I guess, asking for your assessment of the current draw rate that we have, given halfway through the year we're at about just shy of 950,000, and whether or not that's an appropriate amount to be drawing from, because we tend to see things in piecemeal chunks, right? We see 60,000 here, we see 100,000 there, we don't ever see one big ask. So could you provide some comment on there, as I'm looking at the 2024 budget, and it's 256,000 that's noted for that fiscal year. So I'd appreciate your perspective.
Yes, thank you, through you, Your Worship. So really, with the draw from reserves, in the budget, we put it as a placeholder, and we earmark certain projects to say we'll draw from reserves if we actualize those projects. If those projects don't happen in that year, we don't make the draw until they actually do happen. And in the statements that are presented tonight, we haven't made any draws from reserve yet, as was budgeted. And I think from a reserve perspective, as long as we're putting into the reserves more than we're taking out, we're fine. That's kind of like a simplified answer to that. Of course, there's more analysis that goes into that. But so far, so good. In the last 2 years, we've not drawn more than we're putting in.
Thank you. Other questions, colleagues? Councillor Barclay and O'Sullivan. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, to Director Algarande. Consistently through the departmental budgets, I'm seeing user fees below expectation. And I appreciate this is a 5-month snapshot. The reason for that, I mean, can we make any assumptions that overall user fees are down for whatever reason, or is it cyclical? And I think the example I'm thinking of is, booking ice time at the 2 rinks, whether that happens in the fall rather than evenly spread over the year. Is that safe to say that that's a safe assumption, that we can't invest a lot in these reduced user fees? We really won't know till we're further into the year whether they're trending below, or can we make that sort of assumption right now? What's your assessment?
Yeah, through your worship, partly that's correct, that some of these revenues come in a cyclical nature due to the fact that it's season driven. But it's also true on the expense side as well. Some of those expenses don't come in until the season calls for it. So that's one reason. As we start to see a second version of this report come to council later in the year, some of those revenues will make up for themselves. But what we've also noticed is that since COVID, we've not returned back to our pre-COVID levels of bookings on a full year basis. So when we look at the 2021 statements and the 2022 year-end results, it's still not back to the pre-COVID levels.
I have one more question, but I'll defer to Councillor O'Sullivan.
Councillor O'Sullivan, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Algarande. Can you just go to the Parks, Recreation and Culture budget slide, please? And under Other, on line 017, the budget was 500 and the actuals was negative 31,592. Can you tell me what that was, please? The Other? Because it's over 3,000% variance.
Just give Mr. Algarande a minute to find it. Do you see it there?
Yes, I see it now.
Excellent.
Thank you, to your worship. So the revenue line, 017, others, it's actually a reversal of revenue. And this has to do with the rental of space to one of the provincial ministries at the campus. And what had happened was that the municipality was in a lease agreement with that ministry, and it was capped. The revenue was capped at a certain level. But we had gone ahead last year to book based on usage as opposed to following the cap. So once conversations with the Director of Parks and Rec and the ministry, once they had those conversations take place, we had to go back and reverse those revenues. But unfortunately, we could not reverse them in the year that they had been initially booked. So we had to reverse them in 2023. So that's why it's showing as a negative revenue on that line.
Okay, thank you. I thought, though, that the campus revenues and expenses were separate from the municipality. I thought it wouldn't be in our line, it would be in the campus.
And through your worship, I might be getting the details a bit wrong, but this is not necessarily the campus facility itself. I think it's located near the campus, but I'm not sure of the exact location, but we in finance refer to it as a campus facility. But it's not part of the facilities that has been subleased to the campus.
For sure. Ms. Dunlop, do you want to add anything?
Yes, Your Worship. What we can do is we can clarify it specifically in our software and bring it back or circulate council with the specifics.
Okay, thank you very much.
That sounds like a good idea. I was marveling at the capacity to answer that question on a single line, given the hundreds of lines that are there. So thank you, Mr. Algarande, and I look forward to getting supplementary information. Appreciate it. Any other questions from council colleagues? Okay, I'll go back to Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I had one other question, Madam Mayor, through you to Mr. Algarande. Looking at the budget, the operating budget, I guess, for this building, the North Grenville Municipal Center. We've discussed user fees. I just note that user fees for this building are down 83% versus Parks, Rec, and Culture budget of down, user fees are down by 30%. So certainly the user fees collected from this building, which would include the ice rinks and this theater, are substantially different than the rest of the user fees that Parks and Rec collect. But my question, since we've covered that ground, my question goes to the expenses. And I'm wondering where the debt service costs would appear. Is it under contracted property service costs? Is it another cost? Is it a fiscal expense? I just don't know where it shows up, so I don't know. Yeah.
Through your worship,
Thank
that's
you.
correct. The two aspects of the debt servicing cost for this building, there's a reserve transfer as well as the lease payment. So the lease payments actually show up under contracted property services, as well as the reserve transfer, and then the principal amount of the debenture loan shows up under number 9. The expenditures called non-reporting.
So just to clarify, I'm looking at line 9, which is in reality line 8 of 87,000 year to date, and the other line is contracted property services of 500,000. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. So about $600,000.
So far as of May 2023.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, I think many people may not realize that, in fact, the payments for this building carry on until 2035. So it was a long-term financing agreement over many, many decades, and obviously the debt servicing on this building was always significant, and the numbers tell the story. Mr. Argumende, I just want to note in terms of the ice pads, which are captured in the municipal building data sheet. Okay. Obviously, our ice pads were down in June, so both were, you might remember, shut down for servicing. So I assume, and you don't need to answer this tonight, Mr. Argumende, that some of that revenue, particularly from our ice pad rentals, which I believe are the most lucrative of all the rentals within the facility, will start to go up as now that we have one ice pad back in, and with hockey season starting in late August, I think likely the bulk of those revenues will come in towards the end of this year versus what we're seeing on this balance sheet.
That is correct.
Your assumption?
Yes.
Okay. They're very busy arenas, so I know they do generate quite a bit of revenue, so I'm assuming that will be reflected in future months.
Correct.
Okay. Any last questions, council colleagues? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Director Ogarande. I wonder if we could have a comparative for the arena revenues in this facility compared from 2018, 2019 to the past 4 years. If you could provide that in the future somewhere along the line.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just so the comparatives to see where we're down. And as far as the ice being used, this is only 5 months. So it wouldn't be reflected in these numbers, the fact that the arena was down in June. Yeah, so thank you.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Anything else in regards to the year-to-date? Not seeing any, then I will look for a mover and a seconder for council to receive the report titled 2023 year-to-date financials. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Wilson, thank you. I'll call the vote. Seeing no other hands, all in favor? Good. Okay. I don't think we have a Parks and Rec general update this evening. I don't think Mr. Guy's here, but I think as everyone knows, our Kemptville pool, our outdoor pool in Riverside Park is open, as I think many are well aware, and the splash pad is on its way, and so we're hopeful that will be operational in early August. So we'll move on now. We have, under planning and development, we have two zoning bylaw amendments that are proposed this evening. There were public meetings held for both. They were deferred and they are back. And we have staff presentations, I believe, on both. So we'll look for Ms. Martin to do the first presentation on the Jack Joseph Subdivision Supplemental Report, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll just wait for the slide deck to come up. Next slide, please. Just a little bit of a refresher as to the history to date in regards to the public consultation. The public meeting was held on April 12th, 2023, where Council received a presentation from staff and the developer's agent in regard to the proposed development, as well as many comments from members of the public. As part of the deferral, there were certain items that Council had asked staff to look into and to gain some additional information from the developer in regards to their development proposal. So the developer came back to the municipality with a proposal to actually reduce the total number unit count from 36, which was the original request, down to 34. So this would be for 32 townhouse units and 2 semi-detached units. The developer is also proposing to create the conditions for 11 additional residential units, which will be proposed to be constructed within the 11 townhouse dwelling units. So there's the townhouse dwelling units, there'd be certain units that would be identified as being appropriate for those additional residential units. So that was what the developer came back with. Next slide, please. Just a refresher as to where the property is located. It is an irregular sized parcel that is located between Jack and Joseph Street and Victoria Streets above to the north and Van Buren Streets just to the south. Next slide, please. Some aerial context as to where the property is. As you can see that it is nestled within an existing residential neighborhood with some light industrial commercial uses over on Jack Street at the corner of Jack Street and Van Buren. Next slide, please. So the updated concept plan is provided for the public's benefit in council this evening, which shows the 34 units. The shifting of the units and the reduction of the units have created some more efficiencies in being able to create some better zone standards in regards to setbacks, and I'll get into those in a few moments. So if we go to the next slide. Just again, some additional information that was provided at the previous meeting was that servicing will be provided through the private road. So that road will not be a municipal road. It will be maintained as part of a plan of condominium associated with that development. Stormwater sewers will be provided outletting into the municipality's storm system, which is on Jack Street. There are 2 storage facilities that are proposed on site, and those are located under the parking areas. So again, trying to capture some of that stormwater runoff as part of some of our major storm events that we do have here. There is a typo, it should be 17 visitor parking spaces. So originally the proposal was for 16. They have increased an additional visitor parking space as they've decreased the number of units. And this is an exceedance of our parking standard requirements. An additional landscaping is being proposed within rear yard amenity spaces to help provide an additional buffer to the existing residential neighborhood, and fences will be required to provide additional privacy to existing neighbors. This was something that was addressed at the public meeting. Next slide, please. One of the concerns that were raised by members of the public in attendance related to the traffic and the traffic impact study. One of the concerns that were raised was in regards to the fact that there is another development proposal for 50 townhouse units located at 210 Van Buren Street, and whether or not the traffic impact study for the Jack Joseph subdivision contemplated the findings of the 210 Van Buren traffic impact study. So the traffic impact study was provided for 210 Van Buren Street to the agent and to the agents of the developer. And they provided further assessment and an opinion that with the build out of both developments, this level of service will be maintained within the area and that there were no additional traffic measures required. Next slide, please. Stormwater management, another item and concern that was raised was in relation to the outletting of sub pumps and stormwater management within the site. So as mentioned, there are 2 large tanks that are proposed underground to help with the quantity storage during major rain events. It's a standard of the municipality to have post-development flows from stormwater to equal the pre-development flows and an 80% removal of total suspended solids. And in regards to the sump pump question, planning staff did go back to our engineering team and inquired about what are our rules and regulations around sump pumps and how they're discharged. So if sump pumps are required, they are to be discharged to a stormwater collection system. No water will be negatively directed towards neighboring properties, and it is municipal practice to ensure that sump pumps are directed towards an appropriate stormwater conveyance system, such as a swale or a ditch, and to convey that excess runoff. In our municipal engineering standards, we don't have any standards that would dictate where a sump pump has to be located, such as it has to be in a rear yard or a side yard or a front yard. Next slide, please. Some environmental concerns were raised in regards to the potential presence of butternut trees. As part of the submission, an environmental impact study was provided. No endangered species were identified on the property, which includes a survey for butternut trees. Next slide. Affordable housing was also a discussion that evening where there were questions over the proportion of additional residential units to the number of units overall. So the developers come back with a proposal to create the conditions for 11 additional residential units within the development, and this represents almost 30% of the overall development, including an additional residential unit as a means of addressing the municipality's affordable housing clauses. And provisions will be included within the draft's conditions of subdivision, which are still to be proposed and to come before council. So it's staff's recommendation that provisions for addressing the municipality's affordable housing provisions be brought forward as part of those draft conditions. So the zone standards at this time are not changing for the semi-detached dwellings. Next slide, please. Based on the proposed redesign of the subdivision going down from 34 townhouse units to 32, there are some improvements. So the minimum lot area will increase from 145 square meters to 140 square meters for the townhouse units. Front yard setbacks are being improved slightly from 4.2 meters, where it was originally proposed to be 4 meters. And then the minimum rear yard setback, there is that one location where there's an awkward pinch point due to the irregular lot size currently. So that rear yard setback would increase to 4 meters, where in the original design for the 36 units, it was 3.2 meters. And again, the maximum density provisions that you see within there put it at one dwelling unit per 145 square meters compared to 140 square meters when it was 36 units. So staff's recommendation continues to carry forward from the original public meeting, and that is to support the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for the construction of the 32 townhouse units and the 2 semi-detached units. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to council. Council, questions in regards to the presentation? Anything? Ms. Martin, you talked about the municipality not being able to direct where the sump pumps. Can you speak more specifically to the context in which where sump pumps would be placed? I know they would be channeled into pre-existing municipal drainages, ditches. Can you just elaborate on that, please?
So as part of the, thank you, Madam Mayor, as part of the development application, a stormwater management plan was required to be submitted, as well as a grading and drainage plan. So the development itself will have to identify how stormwater is being conveyed. That is done typically through some swales and ditches where it would then go to a gathering point. So in this case, it could be through a catch basin, which is then put into a tank. Then that would be discharged into our municipal storm sewer system. So ultimately, when you're looking at the overall design of the plan, the developer and their engineers will have to demonstrate in the municipality reviews how that stormwater is being conveyed. So there will be some engineering works that will be required to help with that conveyance, and that includes demonstrating where, if there are some pumps required within the dwellings, where those will outlet, and how that will be collected as part of the overall stormwater system.
And how is it, when we say some pumps will or may be required, who makes the decision on the installation of sump pumps. I only ask because, as you know, we've seen some dramatic events, rain events in recent months, years. So where one might have thought a sump pump was not necessary, I believe they may in fact become more of a necessity. So at whose discretion are those sump pumps established?
So there would be certain requirements under the Ontario Building Code, but I believe the acting CAO, also our Director of Public Works, may have some additional context.
Okay. Ms. Dunlop?
Thank you. It is embedded within the stormwater report, but yes, it is part of the building permit application. We also have a bylaw that specifically identifies the close proximity, the elevation of the footing of the building and the storm sewer, so the outlet, to make sure that the footings are not sitting in water. So they have to have the ability to drain to a conveyance system, which in this case can be a pipe to a pond, which then they have to meet the post-equal pre-flows. So in other words, no water can leave the site any more than is currently leaving the site. A sump pump is designed to keep the basement dry, and then the stormwater conveyance system is there to convey it to the underground ponds, in this case, before it leaves Jack Street. So that's the intent of a sump pump. But who decides on the sump pump? Director Martin is correct. It's in regards to the building permit, but also the stormwater master, because they've done groundwater studies to determine what the elevation of that groundwater sits, and those fluctuations are taken into consideration for the design of a sump pump.
And how common are holding tanks as a way to manage water on a site? Maybe you can, yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. More common in the recent past, we've had wet and dry ponds. We are seeing a more, a flow towards what's classified as low-impact development, and they are the tanks. They are basically underground tanks made of various materials that allow the percolation of the surface water that flows and the groundwater that flows, and then it can go into these catchment boxes, basically big bottomless Lego-style boxes that can catch that water, and then it can go back into the groundwater and recharge itself, versus just going down a pipe and out the back door type thing.
And can you just remind me how robust or how modern is the Jack Street stormwater system? I understand that Jack Street was rebuilt some years ago. It's a relatively new system, but can you confirm?
Jack Street was rebuilt in the late 90s. It was water, sewer, and storm were all reconstructed to satisfy, to replace the 1957 vintage that was there originally, so it is to current standards.
And one more, if I might, on stormwater, which I know has been of some concern to residents. The capacity to hold and redirect the water as per the stormwater conveyance system, because there aren't, or there are stormwater drains on Joseph. Are there, or are there not?
The two-phase answer, Your
Yes.
Worship. The water from this development will be conveyed to Jack Street, not to Joseph.
Yes.
Joseph does have a stormwater system. It is not operating at optimum conditions, if I can leave it at that.
Okay. So the water is being directed from Joseph to Jack. Is that my understanding?
So this development will convey it to Jack.
To Jack.
The Joseph impact will not be felt on this development.
Gotcha.
There's nothing flowing from Joseph
Right.
through this development to Jack.
Okay. So all the infrastructure is designed to get the water to Jack Street?
Correct.
And how is that happening? That is my question.
It is it will be a piped system after the ponds allow for the certain amount of percolation, as well as the suspended solid. So the gunk that's in the stormwater that falls also is caught within the catchment area itself. So the off flow of stormwater isn't to increase with this development, nor is the sediment value running off the property.
And that underground infrastructure to convey that underground water from Joseph to Jack, is it at the developer's cost, I presume? I just want to be clear.
Yes, this site, with all the development in regards to the stormwater systems, will be at the developer's cost.
Okay, so all of that infrastructure is paid by the developer, not the municipality?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, forgive me for going down the rabbit hole, but it was important. Okay, any other questions, colleagues? Okay, Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, to Director Martin, I guess. The parking drainage and traffic were my main concerns here, but I'd like to know, and I believe that we had a recommendation that all multi-residential developments would include provisions for bicycle parking for active transportation and accessible parking spots. So I don't see any mention of that in this site plan. Can you address that, please?
Through your worship to Councillor Sullivan. So the development is townhouse units. So from a bicycle parking perspective, there is a garage in which individuals could store their bicycles or have visitors to their property store their vehicles, or their bicycles, sorry. Not something that we've really contemplated for townhouse developments, but certainly when we look at multi-residential, thinking more apartment style buildings for the inclusion of bike racks, but it's certainly something we can take back to the developer to discuss. And again, it's the parking provisions are above and beyond the requirements in regards to the visitor parking of what would be required for parking. So each of the units would have their own individual parking spot for each of their townhouse unit or their semi-detached unit. But again, certainly something that we can take back to the developer for discussion for the inclusion of potential accessible parking spots. As mentioned, there's still draft conditions for the plan of subdivision that would have to come before council. So these are some of the more minor details that we could work out before that phase.
Okay, thank you. I just know from experience in small single garages, there's not a lot of space for bicycles. And if you have a secondary unit in the townhouse, then and more than one person has a bicycle in that within the two dwellings, it could be a problem. So, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, colleagues, in regards to the report? Councillor Strakian.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Director Martin. The number of parking spots, just to confirm, is set at 1 parking spot per townhouse unit and 16 visitor spots, and that's the sum total of parking currently allocated. Is that correct?
17 visitor parking spaces through your worship to Councillor Strakian, and then each of the units would have a garage plus a parking space outside.
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, that's 1 spot per townhouse. The garages, we know, are not official parking spots according to our own bylaws, and the additional residential units that would then not have dedicated spots. So they would be considered, I guess, in the visitor parking, and we're assuming that families may be living in here and that they would only have 1 vehicle. So I think we're running into the same conversations all the time, so I don't need to belabor the point, but I think that's shortchanging the parking needed for that kind of development, notwithstanding what our bylaws say for the minimum required.
Okay, so at this time, we have 2 development applications before us this evening. Certainly, I know it's important that we get through both of them. So the recommendation is before you, colleagues, that Council enacts bylaw 4434 to rezone the lands at 313 Joseph Street and 22 Jack Street from residential first density, exception holding R131H to residential third density, to permit the construction of 32 townhouse dwellings and 2 semi-detached dwelling units. I understand from conversations with Mr. Carl Cannon in regards to his concerns around affordability provisions that there's potentially new language or amended language to entrench, further entrench into the holding provision some of the additional dwelling unit commitments. Is there alternate language being proposed this evening? I'm asking Ms. Martin or Mr. Mosher.
So So for the Jack Joseph subdivision specifically, which is the matter being considered by council, the current wording of the holding provision is that the provision of affordable housing units to the satisfaction of the municipality to be addressed through an executed subdivision agreement. There's a whole bunch of wording in regards to notwithstanding in regards to use of holding symbols. There's two requirements there, one's being the execution of the subdivision agreement. Should it be council's prerogative, staff would recommend that in the holding provision itself that you could indicate that the provision of 11 additional residential units to the satisfaction of the municipality be addressed through an executed subdivision agreement, which would be the appropriate place to entrench those requirements in regards to the units that have been proposed by the developer.
And I think at this time that would be our preference when we're looking specifically at some of the affordability pieces. Is that right, council colleagues? I'm looking to you for guidance, Deputy Mayor.
So is it my understanding that the resolution before us is to be amended? Are we entertaining an amended resolution?
Ms. Martin's language, I think, reflects an amended motion or recommendation.
Sure, I'd be in favor of that.
I do see someone's hand in the audience. This isn't a public meeting, but I understand a lot of you are here for the purposes of this discussion. If you'd like to say something, you just need to keep it very brief. We've made a commitment to address both planning matters this evening, so I just need to note we'll have to either extend our council meeting or at some stage move quickly to the second development matter so we can at least get that one on the table as well. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I apologize. I did think that this was a chance for public to then respond to any amended developments after we met in April 12th. Again, I will stick to my pages so I don't run over time, and I will not put a clock in front of you to run 3.5 minutes.
Sorry, if you could just name and address, just for the record,
I'm sorry,
please.
Jesse Stewart, 213 Van Buren Street. Thank you all for having me again. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council for having me again to speak towards the topic of altering our home within the block between Joseph and Jack Street. And sorry, I just started getting the feeling that a vote was about to take place, and I thought public was going to have a chance to say something before that took place. On April 12th, we explored several concerns pertaining to the development between Joseph and Jack Street. Traffic, the congestion, and a transformation of our community as we know it, not one that any of us asked for. I believe the one consensus that between everyone that was in the chambers that day was that some development was necessary in this plot of land, if not inevitable. I will choose to touch on a point I made when we were here a few months ago. Investment in the community is not made solely by developers. It is made by the people who choose to make the community their home. I would argue this investment made by homeowners, understanding their surroundings and making long-term plans for their community, far outweighs the immediacy of the developer's plans for their financial pockets and whatever residual fees the township collects. Advocating for the development is advocating for residents that don't even exist yet in this plot of land, against those who do already and those who have voted for you. I would like to this minute ask for those here tonight who ought to live in this development to raise their hands behind me. Well, you already live there, not in the development. That would be 0. No one planning on living here is here tonight. We want to see honest debate. I've been told by a member of council that you are unable to debate freely unless it is in a public forum. Understandable for sure. So tonight we will be able to do so before you take a vote. On April 12th, you clarified that it was an information gathering session. Questions were not to be answered. The reasonable conclusion then is that today on July 12th, we, as the public, get to receive our answers. Questions must be answered before any decision can be made. To do so otherwise, as I'm sure you know, would be an absolute desertion of representation from your constituents. So I, for one, encourage you to host your healthy debate, as we are eager to hear the positions held by each councillor on not just this issue, but the turbo-boosted development that we can all clearly see taking place across our town and home. It is getting out of hand, and I have not seen or heard from one fellow community member that feels otherwise. One project in this town is not disconnected from the other in a community as wholesome and as closely knit as North Grenville. Do not vote without debate. It is the lifeblood of our democracy, after all. As I'm sure you all know too well, we've just heard from our brethren how important this is. The facet, that's democracy. In Ukraine tonight, we can see how important that is. We just can't lose sight that it applies to all situations, big and small. Perhaps, Her Worship, due to her inclusion, should it be easier for me instead to usher this debate? I'm happy to do so. Sitting here, I can act as a host. That might sound silly to some, but I am trying to be transparent. We do expect a debate before a vote. This is now your time to share the reasoning behind your thoughts and perhaps be open to changing your thoughts. As constituents, we do not expect a blind vote because of the ease it provides. Always flowing with immediate revenue instead of long-term sustainability and the expectations that developers always get their way. Take into consideration other projects happening in this town. Is it them instead of this? Or maybe it's this instead of them? Are you planning on greenlighting everything? Some quick math for those that consider themselves good at it. May I get a show of hands from council and the public who considers themselves good at math? You got 1, 2. Director Martin, did you have the slides I submitted to you earlier today to put up? I asked they could be shown publicly.
I do not have the slides available. I have them in my email, but they're not with the clerk's office.
Okay. There was a couple images, I will say, that kind of outlined what the neighborhood expected this development to look like. Here's a thought experiment for you and those watching, using real North Grenville measurements. Using Google Maps, I drew a triangle from the northeast corner of this proposed site to the southwest corner of the development across the street at 208 Van Buren Street, to the far end of the original site of the KPS proposed apartment buildings, back to the original northeast corner of this proposed site. What do you think the total area is that is now host to 3 development plans? The answer is 0.103 square kilometers. So on my way in, I made sure that the sign outside didn't just say Township of Kemptville, it said North Grenville Township. Can a councillor here tonight tell me what the recorded square kilometers are of North Grenville? According to Stats Can, it's just shy of 352 square kilometers. I'm confident in my council's ability to start seeing the math where I'm going with this, right? I'll break it down. This council is facing propositions of 3 new developments that are taking place in 0.02% of the space occupying what is now known as North Grenville. Allow that to sink in for everyone here. For you, for those in attendance, and those watching online. Of course, much of that is private land, but 0.02%? Why aren't we looking to expand in places like Oxford Mills, Bishop Mills, Oxford Station, all places they desperately need an invigoration to get their local economies going again? Places where hard-working entrepreneurs lost their businesses because there simply weren't enough people around to sustain them during hard times. No, it's just simply not fair. It's not consistent, it's not distributive, it's not balanced, it's not ethical, nor economical to jam this many units inside a block of 27 homes. This proposal represents a 119% increase in households on this block, not including the 11 townhouse units that have additional residential units associated with them. North Grenville has always been able to take for granted that it won't be swallowed by the greater Ottawa because we have this geographical barrier we call the Rideau River. However, steps like this, should we ever vote for it, suggests we as a townspeople are okay congesting our town to appease developers, the money surrounding such proposals, and heaven forbid, legacy politicians, which I hope none of you are. These steps simply are not on the radar of anyone I live amongst in my hometown. Other than the developers and their associates here tonight, I invite any person that's for this project to raise their hand. Three.
Jesse, we'll just ask you to find a way to wrap up within the next 5 minutes.
Absolutely.
If you can, please. Thank you.
A reminder that the public in attendance wanted a compromise. Between no development and this development, a proposal would be something in line with the initial plans that called for 12, 17 houses, which, because the images are not available, there are 2 billboards on site today. On my way here, there's one off the side of Joseph Street and there's one off the side of Jack Street showing 12, 14 lots. Those are on site today. This is what the township was expecting. And you can say that there was the notice posted, but I could show you the image of that was buried in 5 feet of grass. The public is expecting not this. With that, we wish to leave you with vigor and thought so that you can meaningfully debate this topic tonight. Allow us a chance to understand your reasonings and weigh in to question your positions. All, of course, before a binding vote. Unless this is an issue that predicates, unless there's an issue that predicates this one, I invite the debate to begin now, and we look forward to hearing your reasonings before you put your hand up towards any kind of vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. And I regret any confusion. It isn't a public meeting, for better or for worse. The public meeting was had. Staff were asked to go back. There has been much discussion, certainly between staff as mandated by council to see if there was a way to lower the number of units, amend the site plan, address some of the very legitimate stormwater concerns, and look at traffic and related impacts. So much work has been done to get us to this point. The application is live, and staff felt it was important to bring it back tonight to honor other deadlines that are at play when a planning application is before a municipality. There are provincial imperatives and provisions in terms of how an application is heard. That is why we have another applicant here this evening who is also waiting to have a decision rendered. So I regret any confusion. The Planning Act is not simple or easy, and we're all sort of learning as we go, and many, in fact, many provisions within the Planning Act are changing all the time. So thank you, Jesse. I know your passion and appreciate that you did your best to keep it short. At this stage, there is a recommendation, so I have to look to council colleagues to see how they wish to proceed. So I'm looking for someone to move forward, to move a deferral. Just I recognize you, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I'll move acceptance of the amended zoning bylaw amendment as read out or as displayed. I just echo your comments around this is a public meeting. You're here. The public is always welcome to our meetings. But in terms of the Planning Act, you know, a public meeting is a legislated requirement and has strict rules in terms of notification and when the public is invited to talk to a zoning bylaw amendment. If you're searching for reasons why I'm supporting this, I'll keep it very simple. There's an old adage, they're not making land anymore. And even though we've got, you know, a very large municipality Preserving farmland, agricultural land is an imperative, and so that we're looking to intensify residential development within settlement areas, which include, the hamlets. I live in Oxford Mills, and we've seen 7 plus 14, 21 new homes built within the settlement area, not outside of the settlement area. And there's, I think, another 6 on the way. So we are seeing growth in the hamlets, and hopefully that'll revive our corner store, which we lost. So I'm looking forward to more intensification within the hamlets, but certainly in the settlement area or the urban service area of North Grenville, and that's well defined within our official plan, that we're looking to build up rather than the sprawl. I think we've overbuilt single-family homes.
With respect,
sorry, I'm
well,
trying
I
to
have
answer
let
your question.
Councillor
I'm giving you
Barclay
extra
finish.
time, Jesse. I hope, I'm going a little bit further than is required, and I think it's important that we are as transparent as possible and accountable to you. So I'm for intensification downtown, where people can walk to Riverside Park and to the library and to the grocery store and to other services where they don't necessarily require a car. So, I may have a difference of opinion with Councillor Strakian in terms of parking needs, et cetera. We have a lively debate. In this particular development, we deferred and we went back to the developer and we brought your concerns to him, and he's responded, and I think in a responsible way, maybe not to your liking, but I'm in favor. I've moved that we pass this zoning bylaw amendment as amended. So, thanks.
To be clear, the motion is the one that Ms. Martin read, which entrenches the commitment to the ADUs in the holding provision. So a little bit different than what's on paper. All right, Deputy Mayor has moved. I'll be looking for a seconder then, please. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sullivan? Okay. I just want to add that it's really tough. These are not easy meetings. I'm sure they're not easy for you as existing residents who are seeing a lot of change come your way. There are many different areas of Kemptville in particular, but not only Kemptville, that are seeing change, and I think it's council's responsibility to apply some consistency. When we looked at the multi-residential units, apartments, on Reuben, certainly there were many residents who were quite concerned about the density of adding 168 rental units. As you've noted, behind Van Buren, there's a fairly residentially intense development also proposed. So the reality is, if we are to apply a rigorous lens, we have to commit to a certain kind of intensity. And while it may look and feel different in certain parts of the community, intensification is certainly something that the province is really insisting upon. They do significantly limit rural development in ways that are often surprising to me, and I often hear about it from rural residents, who want to sever, who want to create another lot, and there are very severe limits on rural development right now. So I understand why it doesn't always feel balanced, and in some respects it isn't, and that's unfortunate, but that's where we're at. We hope for more leniency moving forward in terms of the Planning Act and where we can stimulate rural development, because it's something that I think we all want. So the motion is on the table. We have a mover and a seconder. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Sullivan. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jesse. We appreciate your intervention. Councillor Sullivan, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And you requested public debate. I just wanted to make express my reasons for supporting this, is that while I appreciate the concerns of people and change is difficult to accept, but the demographics of the kind of housing that a lot of people want and can afford has changed significantly, and I think this is good use of this land. And when the question was raised about why not do this in the hamlets, well, you can't do that in the hamlets because they're not serviced lots. So with well and septic, you can't intensify housing out in the hamlets as much as you can here in the serviced urban area. And I appreciate, I've lived in a townhouse. I liked it. I like biking and walking. I've been a one-car family for years and want to stay that way. So I support this. I think it's a good use of the land. And
all right, thank you again, Jesse, but we ask that at this stage, the motion's on the floor. I'm going to invite any last comments from council colleagues. Seeing none, Councillor Strachan.
Through you, Madam Mayor. This is a challenging one, and I think the challenge that we have is that we need to see growth in certain areas. We need to see changes to various aspects of our housing stock. I think we've gone over this when we discussed the housing strategy and the sort of the housing report, is that we have an imbalance in the kind of housing that we have here. However, we do see some mitigation in that with the development in Van Buren and the possible development on Rubin, and with other developments that are currently underway. I am uneasy with this current development. I think that the number of homes in that space are challenging for me, and I don't know what the right number is. And I know, Jesse, you sent what the previous one was, the 14 or 16 homes that were proposed, when I first moved to the area, and now we're, beyond double that. And I don't have a magic number in mind to say that something would be, a certain number would be the key to convince me this is the right way forward. I think parking. Sorry, Councillor Barclay, we will continue to disagree on that because every home's going to have 2 cars, every ARU is going to have a car. It's just, the reality is that everybody needs to drive everywhere in this community, and that's just where we're at. You can walk to certain things, but not necessarily where you want to go. And so I think we do need to consider that. However, that's not the reason. I think that the only reason why I'm not in favor of the development as it stands right now, I think that the other conversation around affordability is something that we're continuing to wrestle with. Yes, single detached or townhomes will be less expensive than single family homes that are fully detached. But the conversation around ARUs, I find quite honestly frustrating. They're not affordable units. They will never be affordable units. The houses will be sold at a higher price point because they have ARUs, and you can just look on MLS to see how that conversation goes. So I think they offer another aspect to an ability to be housed in a way that isn't as expensive, but I don't agree that we're talking about affordable housing in any stretch. Affordability, we can debate that. So I honestly, I'm not voting in favor this evening. I think that at best we should be deferring this to be able to sort some of this out. I know that there are clearly 2 who are currently in favor, but I am not. And I just, for the record, as you requested, Jesse, I will voice my concerns at this stage as well, and leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wilson, any comment? Okay. Okay, so a motion is on the floor. I would say in terms of Councillor Strachan's affordability concerns, additional dwelling units have been recognized by the Affordable Housing Task Force as being something that present an alternative housing option. We certainly don't have enough additional dwelling units in North Grenville. We have a massive rental crisis, but at the same time, I think the affordability of these ADUs is a little bit questionable. It does represent a different kind of housing, but it's not obvious whether or not it becomes affordable housing. It becomes an option for affordable housing. Certainly that clarity would be comforting to me so that we have more confidence in terms of some of the affordability we'd like to see in the community. It's very, very hard won. There's no question. So I just want to procedurally ask if the motion is defeated or is approved. If it's defeated, what is the next step? I only ask because I'm wondering about the possibility of a deferral. I'll call the question on the motion unless there's a motion to defer. But Ms. Martin, what happens if the application is defeated?
Madam Mayor, if the application is defeated, the applicant would be able to appeal council's decision.
Okay. Okay, so that's the next step versus a deferral, which allows staff to and council to have a little more time. Okay, so I have a live motion on the table. It's moved and seconded. So I'm going to call the question unless there's an appetite to defer, and I'm not. Yes, Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you. Through you to Director Martin. If it is defeated and the applicant needs to appeal the decision, does that have to go through the Land Tribunal?
Through your worship to Councillor Sullivan, that is correct. All appeals are handled by the Ontario Land Tribunal.
And that could take a long time?
The length of time, yes, it could. It just depends on the caseload and how quickly the matter could be heard before the tribunal, whether or not there's an ability to settle the matter before it gets to a full hearing. There's a lot of different factors that could play into it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm assuming, Councillor Barclay, you want to continue with your motion?
Yes, I would like to move passage of this motion.
All right, so I'll call the question. All in favor, please? Okay, opposed? Are you opposing the motion? Okay, so it's a tie, so that means I will cast a vote because it's a split vote and I'm voting against. Thank you. So we're going to move on to Pine Hill. Unfortunately, there's a deferral there's a curfew on the table, and the curfew means that we definitely have to extend the proceedings of council at the present time. And to do that, I would really ask that the individuals in the room that we have politely listened to do their best to leave quietly. We have to extend our curfew, and I'm asking for your respect like you have asked for ours. Thank you. So we're going to go to a extension of the curfew to allow us to carry on with the meeting. And typically we have a curfew of 10:30. Megan, do you have language for the extension of the curfew?
I do. The recommendation is that council extend this meeting past the 10:30 p.m. curfew in accordance with the procedural bylaw.
And I would ask for council's indulgence because we have made commitments to both developers to deal with the applications this evening. Who is moving the motion, please? Thank you. Thank you. So we have Deputy Mayor Barclay and Councillor Strachian. And I'll call the question on the extension of curfew. All in favor? Okay. So we'll move over to Pine Hill, please. Mr. Mosher?
Yes, if we could please have the next slide. Just a brief overview to recap this application. It's a concurrent application to amend the official plan and the zoning bylaw. The official plan amendment would permit the site to be developed at a maximum of 149 units per gross hectare, whereas the current maximum is 60. The zoning bylaw would change the zone on the property from rural to a variety of commercial, institutional, and residential, fourth density, with holding symbols being used. Effect of these applications would be to allow the construction of 3 mixed-use residential buildings and 1 seniors care facility, in total 490 units. 10% of residential units are proposed to be offered at affordable rates, and this would include 34 total affordable units. And the seniors care facility would include 150 units. We understand through continued discussions with the developer that approximately 2/3 of those units would be offered as special needs units, the remainder being offered as rental apartments. Next slide, please. There would be a shift to the official plan boundary. It would increase the maximum height of the buildings at the property up to 7 stories. And then at the last meeting that this came forward to, it was in May and also in June, there was a request for deferral requesting some additional information on a parking survey to be completed. And that work has now been concluded by myself. So next slide, please. This is the subject property in context. Again, we see it near to the Kemptville Mall, Food Basics, BMR. Next slide, please. And this is the potential concept plan for the development, all to be determined at site plan stage. Next slide, please. So the parking reduction request would have seen, the request is being submitted for phases 1 and 2. So it would have seen a reduction of 36 spaces in phase 1 and approximately half in phase 2, or 59. Next slide, please. So for the parking reduction request, just as a reminder, some mitigating measures were being proposed by the developer, and they included privately provided shuttle service, privately provided shared electric vehicle, the sharing of surface parking spaces between the 2 buildings, and then we did send that out for peer review. Our traffic peer reviewer said overall they make a good case here for the parking reductions. They are reflective of the anticipated use, the local provisions, and there's a solid suite of transportation demand measures to support it. Next slide, please. So the parking survey was conducted over 3 days between June 28th and June 30th. So I attended on these 5 times. I think it's important just to say that going into this, I had some certain assumptions, and I will say that some of those were challenged, and I know that I've had that conversation with some of you councillors. Prior to going out, I had a call with the owner of Kemptville Retirement Living as the analogous site for the parking study. And so she confirmed shift changes for me, being 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., 3 p.m. to 7 p.m., and 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. I asked her if there's any issues at the site, and she said, yes, there are some times when there's an activity or a special event, and that would be approximately 2 times per year. And also currently, with County Road 43 not being developed, there are no sidewalks to the site. So that does present a problem for multimodal transportation methods. She indicated that they have approximately 150 units and that they have the 0.25 spaces per unit, and that has been very good for them on the day-to-day. Her opinion, based on observation, is that the parking ratio for her development is manageable. She did indicate that some residents own their own vehicle, which was a surprise to me, but there's not an excessive amount, and in terms of observing this, it was about 16%. They do have a private shuttle similar to what would be proposed for Kemptville Lifestyles. And there's no visitor restrictions on like the times that individuals can come. And then I had a chance to chat with Lucy Lapointe's husband, also in person on site, and he indicated that there's approximately 20 to 30 staff that are in attendance, and obviously that varies depending on the time of the shift or when there might be other individuals there. So those are the preconditions. So those conversations were had, and then the parking studies occurred. So there's resident parking spaces, non-resident parking spaces, total vacant spaces of resident spaces, and total vacant spaces of non-resident. Just to kind of briefly summarize, at no point in time, even during the peak time, was there ever less than 13 vacant parking spaces available for that particular development. So as an analogous site, it seemed to be reasonable, and the parking ratio seems to work on that property, save for the big events. Kemptville Lifestyles would be proposing 150 units with 63 parking spaces, whereas Kemptville Retirement Living is proposing 159 units with 74 parking spaces. So if we were to apply the 13 vacant during the peak flow of this limited parking survey, it would bring it up to 76, so there would seem to be adequate parking. Added to that, there is the ability between phases 1 and 2, and staff proposes this recommended change, to allow for the shared surface parking spaces and to allow for the parking provisions to self-select. So what that would mean is that presently sometimes there are commercial spaces designated for a particular use versus residential spaces designated for a particular use. And so through the zone provision, staff is recommending that the ability to not hold to those traditional standards be enacted, and that this way, if there is a observed reduction or absence of certain commercial spaces or a requirement for residential spaces, the site could self-adjust to the requirements. In my opinion, again, I'm not a transportation engineer, I'm a planner with observations. This survey does demonstrate that lesser units, lesser parking spaces is an acceptable method with the transportation demand measures, with the flexible parking, and with the ability to share parking across the spaces. Next slide, please. Here's the concept plan again in brief. That's going to mostly conclude my report, but I did want to say that I had a chance to speak with both Mr. Chadha and Mr. Cannon during the break, and I think everybody is comfortable with amendments to the zone bylaws as worded, that the removal of holding symbols would reflect a minimum of 10% of units to be established through an agreement for the affordable units in phase 1, 3, and 4, and that there would be a minimum of 2/3 of units in phase 2, that's the special needs units, enacted into that holding provision. So I think everybody is comfortable with that approach. And that does conclude my report at this time. So staff continues to make the recommendation for approval.
Great. And I'm just looking to Mr. Cannon. I think that reflects the discussion. Mr. Cannon?
As I say, I wouldn't say I'm thrilled with the percentage, but I respect that that's a better approach.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so taking into consideration those amendments to, I think, respond to Mr. Cannon's concerns. We have the motion on the table. I want to thank staff. I know that I stimulated some of the discussion on parking concerns, and I thank Mr. Mosher for doing what he did to better evaluate some of those staff parking needs through a different facility in North Grenville, so appreciate that. So it does help me, I think, better understand some of the parking needs, and I myself feel certainly far more comfortable with some of that additional context being provided. Council colleagues? Yes. Councillor Sullivan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to Mr. Mosher. I did support this at the last meeting. Since that time, I've done some more thinking and also experienced a special event that was at Southbridge. And they had a great Canadian barbecue, and every resident in Southbridge was invited to bring a guest or two. And so when I arrived, I rode my bike there, but there was people parking up and down George Street because the parking lot was really full. So I just wonder, in the event of something special, what arrangements could be made, because you can't do that on Pine Hill Road. Could there be arrangements that on certain occasions they could use parking over at the mall? So that's one question. And the second one is, how many of those buildings are going to have commercial properties in the ground floor of those buildings, and is there consideration of the commercial parking requirements? And something that I had mentioned earlier about bicycle parking, this will be a multi-residential 3-4 buildings. Will there be appropriate bicycle parking built into the site plan? With an approved design and location for bicycle parking. Because at Southbridge, it's an okay design, but it's so far out of the way you can't find it. So the bicycle parking at Southbridge is not appropriate, but I'd like to see that built into the plan. So,
Mr. Mosher, do you have any comment?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. So I got 3 questions. For special events, absolutely, and that is a very good point. I did have that conversation with Mrs. Lapointe at Kempville Retirement Living. They partner with the Municipal Centre and have shuttles ferry residents on their special events, and so something similar could be arranged, absolutely. In terms of consideration of commercial parking, every building within the proposed development would have at least one commercial space at this time as proposed, and commercial parking spaces have been considered, and there's been no reduction requested for any of those commercial parking spaces. So yes, that has been considered as part of the development. And then in terms of parking requirements for biking, yeah, and you actually had this question last time too when we discussed, and yes, that absolutely will be a detail of site plan control. And certainly the location of that, all the site plans will be circulated to the relevant committees of council, and there'll be opportunity for comment on those locations. So yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Councillor Strakian?
Through you, Madam Mayor, very briefly, thank you very much, Deputy Director Mosher, for doing that parking survey and spending the time there. And I especially appreciate the fact that you did learn something in the process and that you asked a few more questions about how they handle some of their additional parking requirements and so on. So I just wanted to say I appreciate that. So thank you very much.
Okay. Yes, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Director Dunlop, Acting CAO Dunlop. Is this property completely serviced, or is there some infrastructure that the developer is going to have to install?
Through you, Your Worship, this property is currently served by a water main only. There will be substantial amount of underground infrastructure, sanitary connections that will be constructed at the developer's expense, as well as some cost-sharing evaluations for upsizing of that pipe, as well as, as always, the developments look after their own stormwater.
So they'll be getting development charge credits as a way of compensating for that infrastructure?
Well, that is, through you, Your Worship, that is not something I want to say in front of the developer, of course, but that is the typical approach.
So versus an infill on existing infrastructure, this greenfield development requires a credit, a DC credit.
They will be building this sanitary sewer to service the site and upsizing for local development, yes.
Thank you.
I think what you're trying to suggest, Deputy Mayor, is they're building beyond their needs. Obviously, this is the opportunity for other upgrades that will benefit more than just them, which is why often we provide those credits. But it's not because of what they're building specific to the site, but what they're building that benefits neighboring properties, to be clear. So that's how the credit system works. You have to have a benefit that goes beyond your own property. So yes, I have great confidence the municipality will forge a strong agreement there, and there will be mutual benefit as there needs to be. Is there anything else, council colleagues? Not seeing anything. Okay, so we have an amended motion before us, or recommendation from staff. I'll look for a mover and a seconder. I'm not going to reread it. I think Mr. Mosher did it justice and responded to some of Mr. Cannon's suggestions. So mover and seconder, please. Do I have one? Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Strakian, thank you. And are there any final comments before I call the vote? Not seeing any. All in favor, please. Raise your hands. All right. Any opposition? Not seeing opposition. You're opposed to the development? Councillor Barclay, you're voting against? Okay, great. Anyone else? So I get the numbers right? Okay. Okay, so that carries. Thank you very much. We will move on then to our noise exemption request, and this is for snowmobile drags. This was on the consent agenda. It is now been brought forward for discussion among council, so look forward to this presentation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
This noise exemption request staff received in regards to a snowmobile drag racing event that is to be held at 252 Davis Road, which is a 90-acre property. It is to be taking place on August 18th and 19th, with provision of potential date of August 20th in case of a rain out. The hours of operation, as listed, are between 8 and 7 p.m. on the Friday and 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. on the Saturday. And if required, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on the Sunday. This is a yearly event. This is their 5th year in operation with an anticipated 500 people in attendance. It is held by Dillabo Sales and Services shop located at the front of the property, and in the ATV and snowmobile sales and services. There are 13 properties within 120 meters of the area. The noise bylaw requires notification to neighboring property owners 10 days in advance of this council meeting, and that was mailed out on June 7th. Next slide. You will see the event location marked with a star. On the next slide, you'll see where the parking location will be highlighted in green with the event area of the drag racing in yellow. During the consultation process, we received some comments from the public, which were forwarded to council members earlier today. I can go ahead and read those, or if...
I think it's helpful that you read them.
Sorry?
It's helpful that you read them, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, so the first one is from Ivan Laflamme from 260 Davis Road. His comments are as follows. He had concerns in regards to the wrong person applying. I had conversations with him. He states the wrong person is applying for an excessive noise permit while she is not the landowner, nor does she live there at 252 Davis Road. During my conversations with with Ivan, I explained to him that the applicant did receive approval from the landowner to make that application here to us today. The address listed as 252 is a commercial business land and does not appear to have a racing track, but 250 property seems to the one for racing. Now, I should state as well that Ivan is French speaking, and that explains the language barrier a little bit. This could change the permit request. This owners must have docs showing a request to the neighbors to comment on his intention to drag race on his land and an approval by the Snowmobile Association to give him the green light. Failure to have any neighbors or association docs approval would nullify this race unless we have a meeting to discuss a way to carry on with race. Our bylaw suggests a neighborly meeting for a particular situation like this one. The race does not improve our economy since our attendees, 75 plus, come in RVs, roulettes, and personal trucks with loud mufflers. Donations to local charity like KDH would be welcome. All these various vehicles combined with snowmobile drag racing could cause excessive noise, fires, contamination of our well water, and abuse of our local animals, frighten us. Excessive noise do occur even after the races are finished for that day. Someone using a loudspeaker announcing all kinds of info is this approximately 10:30 p.m., then getting out of movement to go home for the night with their loud truck exhaust system must press the gas pedal to climb that hill, starting at 252, exit turning south and going by my slewing quarters. Turning left would reduce by a lot these unwanted noises. My personal opinion with evidence is this neighbor has no concern for his neighbor since I spoke to him and his spouse on their Great Danes defecating on my property. Also, a visit to his house where he was burning cardboard with his Ski-Doo paints on it and outdoor wood burning. As suggested by council, neighborly meeting on this issue affecting any neighbors should take place prior to approval by Director of Planning and Development. This grass racing with excessive noise and records noted and is not for general public viewing during the wrong season. Perhaps the municipality could provide racing land for that type of activities, where a permit of excessive is not required for Snowmobile Racing Association could have such land to use. Please note that I'm in need of wearing hearings for general discussion with Stratosphere that these excessive noises. Removing them put them in a lot of understanding. Land but grass racing is a must. I should also mention in regards to some of these comments, in the application process, the applicant mentioned that there are about 500 attendees. Some of them are staying at the Sure Stay Hotel and are providing other economic opportunities as well, using gas stations locally and Airbnbs as well. The second comment came from Sherry Reed Wilson of Davis Road as well. Good afternoon, Jeff, and thanks again for taking the time to speak with me today in regards to the above captioned noise complaint. As you suggested, I'm requesting that we advise when an event permit noise exemption is requested by Dillable Arctic Cat Snowmobile Drag Racing Ontario Incorporated and is presented to Municipal Council for approval. We are not located within the 60-meter zone. At the time, it was a 60-meter zone, now it's 120. Requiring notification, but as we are directly affected by the disturbances these events create, we are asking that this courtesy be extended. To summarize our conversation, it is our opinion that these snowmobile drag racing events the latest of which took place on October 14th to the 16th, August 19th to the 21st, February 11th to the 13th, have no place in a residential neighborhood. We are located half a kilometer away, and the noise generated prevents us from enjoying our property. We are unable to have our windows open due to the constant shrieking and revving of snowmobile engines and loudspeakers and elements occurring all day and well after dark. I am also copying Mayor Peckford and members of council with a simple question. What is the justification of these disruptive and stressful events to be approved by council? As I mentioned in our conversation, when these races took place only once or twice annually, we were able to tolerate the disruption. Now that the frequency of these races is increasing, we're very concerned. And I'm copying Mayor Peckford and members of council with the following questions. How many of these events is council going to approve going forward? When we moved to Davis Road, there was no drag strip. How do you think that's going to affect property values in the neighborhood? This is a quiet residential neighborhood, and we feel that it is reasonable to expect the residents to be allowed to enjoy their properties in peace. Respectfully, Sherry Reed Wilson.
Okay. Are there more, or are we done, Mr. Barabo?
That's the end of that request.
Okay. So what's become evident to me is, obviously I read some of the correspondence previously, is that there's some division about what these events represent and their disruption. So I understand that the one that we're being asked to consider now is just a month away. So I'll look at council colleagues for any questions or an appetite to move forward with the exemption. Councilor Strakian.
Thank you, through Madam Mayor, to you, Mr. Barrybo. So a few questions, and I'll just ask them all one right after the other. So one is, does this type of event, because I think there was a bit of confusion, how many times this kind of event occurs each year, and are permits requested each time? For the distance from the event, is there any consideration given to the type of event? Snowmobiles, drag racing in general is much louder than I don't know, another event that you could think of, I guess. Is there any consideration given for that in extending beyond and not just from a complaint-driven perspective? I realize the 60 meters and 120 meters is a discrepancy here. However, even with the 120 meters, is that sufficient, or do we have any latitude to go beyond that? And thirdly, one of the comments made here was that there's noise beyond 10 p.m. and the current request will cover from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Perhaps you could give some indication as to what actions residents who are nearby who are indicating, yes, there's noise happening, it's after 10 p.m., it's beyond the noise exemption. What actions could they take? Do they have a recourse, a place to call?
Yes, correct. So for the last question, the members who would like to complain, they can always contact bylaw services. We will respond accordingly and investigate at that point if they were past the allotted time of their exemption. They would be notified as the applicant of what the approval time would be, and they would be explaining the process involved and how they have to abide by those rules. In the past, well, based on the comment received here from Ivan Laflamme, he did mention that they went past the 10 p.m. curfew last time. So there's possibility of that occurring, and that would make sure, or if approved, that the applicant is aware of the allotted time they're permitted to have the noise exemption. In regards to the 120 meters, Sherry Wilson, for example, she's a resident who was outside that 120 meters who spoke out last time and brought forward her concerns, and we included her as well. So anybody who was involved previously with the comments or concerns, we included her or them in this notification. And I apologize, the first question would be?
The number of times per year that this event or type of event is occurring.
Since I started with bylaw services, this is the first one that I've personally received, but I can confirm that there were, I believe, 3 last year. I don't have that directly with the application process, but I believe I can confirm
you
that
did
it is
refer
3.
to 3 prior events, yes.
Yes, correct.
Within a year, yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
And all 3 of those were granted the noise exemption?
Yes, correct, through council.
Okay, thank you. I guess for the violation after 10 p.m., calling bylaw at 10:30 at night, I don't think would get anybody on the other end. So is there any other immediate action that can be taken, or is simply leaving a message with bylaw and that it'll be looked at the next day?
Well, there's a couple of ways we can I can suggest that that individual or individuals can contact me if any violations past that time, and I would be glad to investigate or have someone investigate at that time. Investigating the following day is something we often do, and we can still investigate properly the following day.
Okay, I guess I would suggest that if there was a way for people to make a call when the noise is occurring, investigating noise the next day becomes challenging. It becomes more of a conversation that's had. So
That's correct. It's still subjective a little bit either way with the noise bylaw. So we would still receive the complaints. People do have methods of recording evidence.
Okay, thank you.
As well.
Yep. Ms. Dunlop, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. The municipality does have an after-hours response number, which is typically handled by Parks and Rec or Public Works, but we do have this thing called last resort. And should there be a complaint after 10 o'clock, they call that number. It does go to last resort. And when I get that call, I will call Jeff.
Thank you, Ms. Dunlop. You did suggest that to me earlier this week, and I was actually very surprised that you're the one who receives the calls, but very grateful that you do. And I guess, Mr. Barbo, we've approved these in the past. I thought they seemed well received by the neighborhood. I'm hearing different things now. I think I certainly feel a little bit wary about perhaps the frequency of the events during the year. I am inclined personally to support this particular noise exemption because I think lots of planning takes place to host an event of this size. I actually had the occasion to go out last year, as I think a council colleague did, and sort of check it out. It's a very unique form of snowmobile racing in the summer months. However, I would like to recognize that perhaps there are too many happening within the year, and I do think that certainly perhaps I would advise council colleagues, maybe we need to exercise a little bit of caution in the fall and the spring. In the middle of summer, maybe we can roll with it, but I'm not necessarily inclined to continue to grant these noise exemptions if I have the support of council with the same frequency as we have up to now. So that would be my caveat for support this evening in terms of this particular event. We do have a motion, and I'm going to look for a mover and a seconder, please, that council grant the noise exemption to Snowmobile Drag Racing Ontario for a snowmobile drag race event to be held at 252 Davis Road from 8 to 10 p.m. on August 18th, 19th, and 20th. I would ask, I believe that the 20th is a Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. Is that? It's a rain date, so it's not actually intended to be held on the Sunday. It's an alternate date. Is that correct? Okay. That's why we're doing all 3 days. Okay. All right. Is anyone willing to move this? Councillor Barclay? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Strachian? And if this passes, I would ask that you advise the organizers that just given what we're hearing, council is a little concerned and they can't take for granted, exemptions every time if the frequency continues.
Of course.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, that carries. So this next noise exemption is Oxford Village generator noise exemption. Ms. Martin, or is it Mr. Barabo again? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This noise exemption request is for the Oxford Village construction. It's in regards to, actually the next slide, please. They've encountered high water table at a site, which requires dewatering. And as part of the request is for a generator to be utilized to dewater that site. The contractor will use sound dampening tarps, but with recent communication with the contractor, they're actually open to constructing something around the generator to help with the noise and concerns from neighboring properties. The operation of the generator will be running 24/7 for 3 months, but I should state that as development or as the problem is being rectified, that'll be moving away from the property of Tempo Drive where the concerns are coming from. So it's going to be moving away as time goes on. Exact timelines are unsure because depending on what they encounter during the construction and the dewatering process. Currently, the bylaw only permits construction activity between 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. This would require a 24/7 provision for the exemption to allow them to do that construction. Next slide, please. The majority of the construction activity is located away from residential development, but it is near the subdivision of Tempo, which is where the concerns are coming from. It's backing onto that property. The noise bylaw requires notification to neighboring property owners 10 days in advance, and that was mailed out on June 26. Since then, we did receive some comments from members of the Tempo Drive in that area. Prior to going to those comments, I should mention, let's go to the next slide, please. And you'll see here, you'll see the subdivision on Tempo and then where the construction will be occurring. It's to construct the sewer lines and the water mains at that location, is to extend it going westerly. Now, in regards to the comments received, they're fairly lengthy. We have 4 different comments brought forward. One of them is from a Christina Charbel. I'll try to read through and summarize at the same time. Regarding the noise application, we appreciate the opportunity to share our comments. The construction activity at the end of Depensier Drive has been ongoing for some time with no explanation as to the purpose of the repeated digging of the area, which has now been moved closer to the houses on Tempo Drive and Harvester Crescent. Although we are always aware that Depensier Drive would eventually be extended as past the Food Basics retail area, and now assuming it will be also extended into the new Oxford Village subdivision, we have received no information from the municipality or Oxford Village about the timelines or plans. Since these comments have been brought forward, we did have communication with the developer and also communication by email and on-site with the property owners to address some of their concerns, and we are making those attempts with the developer to move that generator a little bit further away to address those concerns. We have heard that there have been issues with drainage in that area, surprising as its former wetland area, hence the repeated digging and disruption. We have serious concerns with regards to the temporary noise exemption request, particularly as it is for unspecified extended periods of time. We have now notified them of the extended period of time. The construction in that area already creates a significant amount of noises and dust right outside our yard. The application indicates that a generator would operate outside the acceptable timeframes, including overnight. Our master bedroom, as well as our home office space, are at the back of our house overlooking the construction area. The daytime noise is already a disruption from my husband, who works exclusively from home. Further noise disruption at night is simply unacceptable and it would cause undue disruption to sleep and work. The extended construction work has also created challenges for residents attempting to rent, sell their property in that subdivision. We look forward to hear more details on Wednesday. In the best interest of residents in the affected area, we hope this application will be denied. Another comment was brought forward by Craig McMillan. He was asking for the time frame, which has been informed, and how loud the generator will be. We are at the decibel levels associated with the operation of the generator with and without the noise dampening measures. What is the impact to the applicant if the exemption is not approved? Are the emission standards for construction generators and does not generate meet those, and the generators do not meet the generator meet those standards? I would also like to pre-register as a speaker at this meeting. The next comment is brought forward by Janet Bro. She had a lot more concerns in regards to the blasting, which is a separate issue, which I won't go into today, but did also have concerns in regards to the generator. And the fourth comment is from Maryse Frizzell, also who resides on Depensier Drive, or Tempo Drive, excuse me. Nancy, I've CC'd you to hear my concerns on this matter as well. Initially, I asked a few questions below. I won't go too much into this, but she's concerned about the blasting. For example, there are free pre- and post-inspections being offered by blasting companies, so this is unrelated to this noise exemption. I will make sure that to explain that to Mrs. Frizzell.
Okay,
I think that concludes those. I apologize for taking so long.
No problem. We appreciate them being read into the record. So I want to disentangle the notifications around blasting, certainly from this particular noise exemption. I understand this is specific to the operation of the generator.
That's
My
correct.
question for you is, will the generator, I assume it starts close to the Tempo neighborhood and then moves away over time? Is that what I'm reading correctly from the report and your explanation?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Yes, it will start from that subdivision and move forward,
Right.
move west
Okay.
as time goes on.
And as time goes on, is that a matter of weeks or a matter of months? I know the noise exemption is being granted for 3 months. So is that because these generators will be in closest proximity to Tempo for a duration of 3 months, or will they start moving away over a number of weeks?
The information I received would be approximately a month is the time frame that hope to
Right.
be about 100 to 200 meters away from my view that he was pointing out.
Okay.
So about a month he was hoping to be that far away.
Okay. And the noise dampening tents, which I've never heard of. So with that in mind, I'm just curious, are you familiar with them as a bylaw officer? Do you have any sense of how effective they are?
I'm not myself, but they are, the developer, they actually mentioned that we're going to build something even further beyond. They're going to make some type of construction around it on top of the tarps. So it'll be further dampening measures provided.
And so this is an exemption from the noise bylaw, so there's really no capacity for North Grenville at this stage to regulate. If the noise is really extreme for some, unforeseen reason, we really have no recourse once we grant the exemption. Is that the case?
That's correct. There's no way to measure the decibel levels and to keep it within a certain allotment.
And so do we have any leverage, for example, to add or insist on more noise attenuation, measures or mitigation measures if we find ourselves in that position?
The developer or the contractor that I was communicating with was more than happy to communicate and bring forward the concerns and try to find a solution, and we're hoping to move it back.
Okay, Ms. Dunlop?
Madam Mayor, if there feels there's an exceedance in regards to the permit itself, it can always be withdrawn. But as the manager has specified, we will work with the developer. It is a dewatering operation in regards to the installation of water, sewer, and storm lines. And exactly as the manager has identified, it will decrease as it gets farther from Tempo, but there are mufflers, there's sound attenuation methodologies, as well as the distance, and that is our greatest friend. The farther it gets from the Tempo subdivision, the less they will hear.
Okay, just conscious of school years and people, families getting sort of back to a routine. Certainly it would be my hope that, the operation of the generator closest to Tempo, would happen sooner so that we can be respectful of the routines of families and obviously those who are working from home or trying to get good sleep to make the drive to their workplace, wherever it is. Councillor Strachan, I'm recognizing your hand.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Baribeau. So I think you may have answered this already, but I just want to confirm, we don't go out and measure the maximum noise. There's no measurement, there's no limits placed on what the maximum noise is. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. We don't go out and measure.
And there's no consideration to sustained noise, even if it is below a certain threshold. That is not a factor either in this case, because we're saying 24/7 is acceptable, correct?
That is the request, correct.
I think that there's a human factors a component to this. I don't know what it was like on your street when the last ice storm happened, but all the generators are running on our road. Some of them were newer, some of them weren't. Even our new one created a lot of noise, and it was not commercial grade one or construction grade one. And I can certainly attest to the fact that it does disrupt sleep and normal activities. So I would hope that they move away from that, that the water is dissipated or taken care of quickly so that it moves further away from that development as soon as possible. Do we have any idea of the number of generators that will be used?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have the one generator on site running one pump.
Just the one generator, one pump, okay. And the work is going to start when? When is the anticipated start date?
If I may jump in,
Thank you.
Your Worship, sorry. So I believe part of the works in which they need to do relate to also having to do some blasting in the area due to some bedrock. Some work is already ongoing. If you go past the site, you can see that they're actively excavating and clearing and grubbing land in preparation. So, I mean, the work's happening now, but once they start and start clearing that path for the installation of the services, if the blasting is required, there's a 15 days that leads up to that, which they have certain requirements they have to fill. So it could potentially be about 2 weeks out. I am aware that they have run the generators already because neighbors nearby have already provided some comment in regards to it. But I can get some clarification as to when that exact start date is. But technically, they've got the permits to do the construction. They could start as early as tomorrow with the exemption.
Okay, yes. I think in line with what Mayor Peckford has mentioned, I think once we start running into school starting and so on, I mean, if they don't start the work now, then there's a potential for these to be running during that window as well. Okay, you've answered those questions. I feel for the neighbors that will have to suffer through that noise for an extended period of time, but I appreciate that the developer is willing to stay in close contact and keep working on that. So thank you very much.
So I'm going to look for a mover and a seconder. It is 11:06 p.m. So can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sullivan, thank you. And that is that Council grant the noise exemption for the Oxford Village subdivision to permit the operation of a generator between the hours of 10 and 7 for a period of 3 months. If the exemption has to go beyond that, I assume it comes back to Council. Is that right? Okay. Motion is live on the table. Any last comments or questions? Councillor Wilson, did you want to say something at this stage? Okay. Then I'm calling the vote. All in favor, please. Okay. Thank you. We appreciate your explanation. We're going to go on to Ms. Dunlop in terms of sanitary and storm.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the purpose of tonight's report is to award the closed circuit video and cleaning for the sanitary and storm sewers for the program 2023. Next slide. The sanitary and storm flushing and camera footage program provides a better understanding of existing conditions, which assist in the capital planning for capital works. The serviced area is broken up into 5 areas, which provides for a 5-year repeating cycle for the system. Next slide. The 2023 tender includes 3,400 meters of storm and 11,000 meters of sanitary sewers. 6 bids were received, and we recommend awarding to Veolia as lowest qualified bidder at a cost of $80,652 plus taxes. Next slide. The project is administered by one of the Public Works engineering technologists who will oversee the disposal slips for environmentally approved processing of all excess materials. Next slide. It is recommended that the municipality of North Grenville award NG 2329 sanitary and storm sewer flushing and CCTV to Veolia Environmental Services. And that completes my report.
Thank you. We're certainly glad to see this come online. As per our new tendering policy, most tenders above, I think, 50,000 come to council now. So many of us would have seen this in previous iterations of council. So I'll look for the recommendation that council award the contract as per Ms. Dunlop's presentation. Mover and seconder, please. I need hands. Okay, why don't we get it on the floor and then you can ask it?
I'm happy to move it.
Thank you. Seconder, please. Councillor Wilson. All right, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't have the map there, but I'm very curious what those 5 areas are. Can you maybe sketch out what area is going to experience the flushing? Is it downtown by chance?
Through Your Worship, there are definitely areas in various components around the urban core. We do put out a map as well as we inform the areas. We do a comms program prior to, but no, I cannot tell you which sections, but I can get you a map.
I'd be curious to know what area we're
Certainly.
flushing.
Okay, Ms. Dunlop will furnish map. Any other questions in regards to this? Seeing none, we have a mover and a seconder. Motion's on the floor. I'll call the question. All in favor, please. Thank you. All right. I believe under correspondence, did either of these get pulled, Megan, or they were both on the consent agenda? And they remained on the consent agenda. Excellent. Other business? I hope there is none. That's what I'd like to say. Because I will rule it out of order. Notice of motions, please, not this evening. Might I appeal to my council colleagues? Introduction and consideration of bylaws. I believe we've addressed them all. So moving on. We've really tired everyone out. Even Jen couldn't outlast us, so sorry, Jen. I'm sure she'll come back to us tomorrow. And really, do you want to ask questions at this hour, members of the public? Anyone watching this meeting will never understand what we're on with right now. But for the remaining 3 members, 2 members of the public, 2 members of the community, I'd like to say, and staff, thank you very much for your endurance this evening. Obviously, our Ukrainian delegation threw us a little bit. We would have been past curfew anyway, I think, or possibly not, who's to say. But I appreciate your stamina, and I know Ms. Martin will follow up. I understand that things didn't go exactly as planned, but there it is, such is life. Sometimes the unexpected happens. So, confirmation bylaw, that bylaw 7123 to confirm proceedings of council at its regular meeting held on July 12th be adopted and passed. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Wilson, Deputy Mayor. I'm calling the question. All in favor? Good. Motion to adjourn. Who would like to move us to adjournment? Councillor O'Sullivan, thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. Councillor Wilson. I'll stay here if you want. 11:11, we are motioning to adjourn. All in favor? Good. The community is with us. Adjournment is now on the table, and it carries. Thank you.